Good evening and welcome to the City Council and Successor Agency to the Redevelopment Agency meeting of Tuesday, November 16th, 2021. I now call the meeting to order. Now please join me in standing for the national anthem led by Kira Wilkes. Kira is a junior at Newport Harbor High School who is involved in vocal and music and drama programs. She loves performing and has a passion for drawing and art. And so she's going to sing the national anthem and then remain standing, and Councilmember Reynolds is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Kira.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we walked were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Thank you, Kira. That was beautiful. One more time for Kira. We appreciate you, and good luck with Newport Harbor. Go Sailors. Okay, so now is a time for our moment of solemn expression, and we're very fortunate today to have Pastor Christine Knopf from Redemption Church. Miss Green, is Pastor Knopf on the, she's here in person. Oh my goodness,
Hi,
there
Mayor.
she is. Wow, I'm so used to having you on Zoom. It's wonderful to see you in person.
Nice to see you,
Welcome,
too.
welcome.
Yeah.
All right, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening. Hello to my neighbors and to the council. I thought we could just start for a minute. I know you're coming in from other meetings. We're coming in from our lives and work. Just take a minute to breathe and recognize that love is here with us. Tonight I'm going to read from a passage in the teachings of Jesus, and I read this as a blessing over our community and a reminder to you, our council, of those who are blessed. May this be top of mind for you as you make decisions this evening. A reading from the Gospel of Matthew. Now when Jesus saw the crowds, he went up on a mountainside and sat down. His disciples came to him, and he began to teach them. Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they will be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they will be shown mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they will see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Wonderful words. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Councilmember Chavez.
Present.
Councilmember Gameros.
Present.
Councilmember Harlan. Councilmember Harper. Councilmember Reynolds. Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Mayor Stevens.
Here.
Thank you.
So do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Direction only was given in closed session. No reportable action was taken.
Okay, we have one presentation tonight, and a lot of people will have a chance to express themselves. It's a very, I'd say bittersweet. It's sweet for him, bitter for us. We're going to miss you, Dane. So this is the presentation where we say goodbye to Dane Bora, our Public Affairs Manager. And I'm going to start with a few remarks, and we're going to show a little video, which I guess is appropriate since that's sort of your area. And then all the council and the city manager will have a chance to speak. And then looks like we're going to have to, I'm not sure, I can't see where you speak, Dane, but we'll fit you in. We'll fit you into the program. We'll fit you in, Dane. So look, I mean, for my part, Dane, I don't have anything prepared. I just want to tell you that when I think about you, I don't think about you necessarily, although I appreciate the work that you do. I think about you as a friend, somebody who's always there for me and always has been there from before I was the mayor, before I was on council. And I'm not alone. I think, by virtue of the work that you've done in the community and the Costa Mesa Minute, you've touched so many people in the community, and they all think of you as their friend. Whether you think of them as your friend is another story, and that maybe that extends to me. I don't know, but Dane, I mean, I don't know really. No one is indispensable, but you're pretty close to being indispensable around here. The city will never be the same. When I think about the things that you've done to change the city and the legacy that's going to continue, it's just pretty amazing. And as I was driving up here, I'll just tell you one thing to know, to have you understand your reach. So I'm driving up here and I'm talking to my sister. And she goes, John, I know you're busy. I didn't want to bother you. I know you have a city council meeting because I listened to Dane Bora today. So I want you to know your reach is at least as far as Bakersfield, California. Okay, so you're making it into Kern County. So Dane, I can't say enough about you. I think you're wonderful. You're a true friend. You always will be. And I just wish you the best in whatever you do. And I want you to know that I'm here for you forever. You're stuck with me no matter what. Okay, so with that, everybody's going to get a chance to talk, but let's cue up this video that we have. Yes. You're not done yet.
See if I can play it.
Okay.
Hey everybody, I'm Dane Bora and this is your Costa Mesa Minute. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
The Costa Mesa Minute is where I go to catch up on the latest news, right here in Costa Mesa.
Whether it's about upcoming events or council meeting agendas, Dane always knows his stuff.
Where's my stuff? Come on. And tonight at City Hall, the first Friday.
The best part of the Costa Mesa Minute is I can get my city news in a minute or two.
That's so 2014. What you mean is we can get our city info in a minute or two.
I don't hear the difference. In a minute or two.
I've been watching Dane for over 20 years.
You You can watch the Costa Mesa Minute daily, Monday through Friday. Find us on Facebook, YouTube, the city website, and of course, Costa Mesa Television. Stay classy, Costa Mesa.
Okay, so let's just go on the queue for the council members who want to say their remarks to Dane. Let's start with our Mayor Pro Tem, Andrea Marr.
Oh boy, I gotta get through this without like getting choked up. But yeah, I won't cry if he won't cry. I don't know if that's gonna happen, but there have been so many moments standing on the fifth floor. This is the weird part about getting elected, right? Is you suddenly see the like behind the scenes of some of these things you've only ever seen as a resident before. How the minute is made, how Costa Mesa TV reaches out to you and says, hey, we need 5 minutes so we can, film you saying something to put into a video compilation. But then there's all those other quiet moments when you're standing on the fifth floor waiting to talk to the city manager and like Dane comes out with some funky prop or a stock tip or sports memorabilia or, I don't know. I just think of, I'm not making any sense right now, but this idea that like you've just been this incredible friend and this person to talk to in all of my wanderings on the fifth floor and otherwise in Costa Mesa. Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Councilmember Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Dane, I would like to say that we're going to miss you as the voice of Costa Mesa, but you've always been the backbone of this community, and that'll never go away. So I feel like we're losing, our favorite disc jockey, the guy that we like to listen to and give us a little quick bit of entertainment. And I think a little piece of you will remain here forever. So thank you for being a wonderful champion for all of us up here trying to make it happen. And thank you for supporting our community. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. Like John, I don't have anything prepared, but which is usually how I approach some of the TV spots I'm supposed to do. Actually, I get quite nervous trying to prepare for those, but I know I've always been in good hands with you and your team. And there are two things that strike me about you, Dane. One is that you are literally a walking encyclopedia of Costa Mesa. I mean, you've been involved in the city for so long, and there's so much history there. That's what I really am going to miss. And secondly, I don't think people really appreciate how much goes into all of the production for our public affairs. I mean, it is a monumental task that you and your team take on every day, and it's always happening. I mean, there's no stop to it. So I just want to say thank you. It's been great for working with you for the past year up here and 4 years prior on Planning Commission, but you're going to be missed, so we don't want you to go too far.
Councilmember Harper.
Dane, I just met you this last year, but you'll never know, and I don't think you ever realize probably or think about the number of friends and neighbors that come up to me and mention that they've seen you, my wife, that says positive things about you. That's really good. It's better than me. And I didn't know how to organize my shirts, but now I know because I just had one for every Tuesday. And so you have a fabulous demeanor and style, and you probably don't even realize it, but I think you bring out really good stuff in people, and that's probably the best compliment I can give you. So, and I'll do you a big favor. I'll keep it short, and I'll stop there. So thank you very much for your service.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
I'll just echo everything we've already heard. You're leaving some really big shoes to fill. I've only ever known you as a leader of an award-winning video-making team, and the videos you make. Sometimes your team will share concepts, and I'm just like, I don't get this. Why do you want me to jump side to side? Why do you want me to turn around in circles and point to a blank wall? I don't get it. But now I do what your team tells me to do on these videos because they're incredible, and I really appreciate that work. We have to spend a lot of our time sort of agonizing over the details of things and get involved in years of projects, and I think the work that you do is so special to highlight the outcomes of a lot of that work in a beautiful way, right? That reminds us of the joy of these projects and the importance of the work. And I especially appreciate the work that your team did over the last few years in really amping up our engagement across the community during a really difficult time, and still making it joyful. So thank you, and we'll really, really miss you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Dane, congrats on your retirement. Definitely bittersweet, I will admit. Very happy for you. Sad for Costa Mesa, but I think as I kind of take the time to reflect on the past 2.5 years we've had working together, I have always found joy going to your office on the 5th floor. I've always found the same joy on all the Costa Mesa minutes. I know you have people today in the audience who have not been here in a while, and I'm sure they're all here for you. And I think as you look forward to the next part of your life, I just want you to remember how much you've impacted our city and helped make us what we are today. And I don't know if we can properly articulate the honor it's been to have you serve us, but I just want you to know that we appreciate you, we'll miss you, but again, I'm happy for what comes next for you.
So I'm going to take another bite at the apple, and I'm going to say, first of all, look around us. Everything you see around here, all these screens, everything we see here is the work of Dane and his department working with IT. So I appreciate that. The other thing I want to, before I read the excerpts of the commendation, is we do have a lot of fun, and it is fun, and and the stuff that you do is really fun. But one of the things that Councilmember Reynolds said that I was meaning to say is during COVID, you were there, and you and your department saved lives by getting the information out that was critical to our community. And you saved businesses because, for example, we did that thing on the SBA loans. There was thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars that came into our community because of the work that you did to outreach. So it's not all fun and games. Sometimes it's serious. And when it was serious, you stepped up for the community. So let me read this. These are excerpts of the commendation that we all signed for Dane. With more than 31 years with the city of Costa Mesa as both a video production coordinator and public affairs manager, Dane has successfully led the Costa Mesa TV and video teams to 88 awards. Think about that, 88 awards. You're like the Meryl Streep of your profession, okay? Including... with more facial hair, of course. Okay, including placing in the top 21 times for the coveted Overall Excellence in Government Programming Award and first place in the talk show category 4 out of 5 years for City Talk. Dane's strong leadership, approachable personality, institutional knowledge, and great sense of humor has created a thriving atmosphere in the city manager's office and for his staff and their professional development. Dane has hosted 2,229 episodes of the Costa Mesa Minute, 120 episodes of the Community Report, has taken part in 750 city council meetings, and managed multiple city events, including support for the popular Snoopy House Christmas display. And Dane's contribution to the community, including being a past board member for Travel Costa Mesa and currently the staff liaison to the Costa Mesa High School Foundation and the Estancia Tewinkle School Foundations. He was also the play-by-play announcer for 20-plus Battles of the Bell games and hundreds of youth flag football and basketball games. That is an accommodation signed by all of us. We not only have, and somewhere around here, I'm thinking to go over there, we have the commendation and some other stuff for you. So I think the light... No, you do your remarks now. That's right. Okay, you go ahead. I'm sorry.
Any chance the peanut gallery can say nice things, please?
Yeah, okay, hold on. Hold that thought for the peanut gallery. And I actually should have asked for the city manager for her remarks. So I should have done that before the commendation. Then we'll address the peanut gallery. Go ahead, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words about Dane. And we'll have a retirement party for Dane. I'm sure we will celebrate with him and cry ourselves to sleep. But I did want to just share with you, Dane, what an incredible and important part of the Costa Mesa organization you are, not just here at City Hall, not in our city facilities, but the entire city, every single nook and cranny and every single corner. I know that you've been here for 31 years. 3 decades is a long time, but I think some people will work somewhere for 10, 20, 30 years and won't leave a mark or a legacy. You, for certain, are leaving an incredible legacy. I don't know who will do the Costa Mesa Minute. We'll probably have to do auditions. It'll be very difficult for anybody to fill your shoes. Aside from your institutional knowledge, you've always just made yourself available to employees, and I can just say that myself as a city manager, when I came, I was just so pleased with how you welcomed me and how you were a resource for me during some difficult times in the beginning, too. And I really appreciate that, just on a personal level, you always being available any time of day or night for anything that we needed as staff, as council, anything that we could possibly need. And oftentimes getting messages out about COVID, about health orders, curfews, business closures, business openings, business closures again, business is opening again, COVID rates, how to get a vaccine, how to get a test. Oftentimes you were sending those messages out first thing in the morning through social media, monitoring what was happening. And, we're just all so very thankful. I know that you've been central to the chamber, to Travel Costa Mesa, to the foundations that you've worked with, and to so many individuals and, commission members and committee members. It's just your span has been absolutely incredible. You're a consigliere, I would say, of sorts. People come to you when they need advice and help, when they want to know, why do we do this? You can always explain why, and there's a perfect context and you understand it. And you've helped me navigate some very delicate issues because you knew the history around them, and I really appreciate that. I don't quite know what we'll do, but we're very happy for you and for your family, for your retirement. Please don't go too far. I know that we'll always have a special place in your heart, but absolutely you'll have a special place in our heart. Thank you for all the creativity. Thank you for expanding our horizons with the Costa Mesa TV team. Thank you for all the work on translating things into Spanish for a community that hasn't had the same opportunities for access and information, perhaps as they do now. And so thank you for being open-minded about all those things and for never dragging me into having to do the minute. And so just on behalf of all of the city's employees and just our office even, we're just so thankful. I'll just share this brief story, if you will, but when Dane told me I refused to accept his resignation at first, told him to think about it, and I compartmentalized that because it was just too tough a situation to address, and it really hurt to send the message to all the city employees that you're leaving. I drafted it, and my finger could not hit send, and I knew it would have a big impact in the organization. There were gasps, there were tears, because you are so loved. So I hope that all the late nights and all of the frustrating moments, all of the time spent away from family, know that you made an enormous, huge difference in all of our lives, and we're really, really thankful.
Thank you. Okay, so let me address the run of show because I want to be sensitive to the peanut gallery. So here's what we're going to do. So I'm going to present you some cool stuff. It's traditional stuff. And then we're going to hear from you, Dane. And then we're going to take a photo. Then we're going to open up public comments. And that's when the peanut gallery can have their 3 minutes. They can talk about Dane and whatever else they want to talk about. Okay? So I'll go down and I'll present that stuff from the podium. Okay. So Dane, we have, of course, the commendation that we all signed in real blue ink. I read from it. Here you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And then do we have other stuff too? Oh, we're gonna do it. You know, that's all you get. So, but Dane, that's all I deserve. But Dane, you have something else that no one can take away from you. You have
An open mic.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and Lorianne. Mayor Stevens, I'm glad you didn't prepare anything because I didn't either. So I figured I would just see what comes out. And first of all, I want to thank this council and lots of previous city councils for more than 31 years of support. You know, you don't stay in an organization that long if you don't enjoy what you're doing. At least I would hope people wouldn't stay that long if they didn't enjoy the work that they did, but also feel the support from management, and ultimately our management is you guys. So, you know, this city council and previous city councils, and honestly, what's been amazing is it didn't matter if the council majority leaned to the left or to the right. I always felt supported 100%, you know, through the work with the first 25 years down in the basement, just doing Costa Mesa TV, and in the last 6 years upstairs on the 5th floor, doing communications and marketing, including Costa Mesa TV. So support from the top down the bottom, coworkers. You know, it's been a great ride. Mr. Mayor, you said something about no one's irreplaceable, and
indispensable.
Indispensable, and I agree. There was times when I didn't know what it would look like when I left the organization, and wondered how, you know, Costa Mesa TV was my baby for a long time. It was 3 years old when I adopted it, and it was, you know, and now it's 34 years old. So, but more than ever, Costa Mesa TV is in an amazing place. Jeff Trujillo is a seasoned professional who will lead the team to bigger and better things. Ron Dam is probably, without a doubt, the most talented videographer, video editor, most creative person that I've worked with, and Jeff would say the same thing, and Jeff's been in the business as long as I have. Our website with a very talented webmaster, Arzo Azad, is in a great place, and we'll be launching a newly redesigned website in the next few months, and there's nothing that we can throw at Arzo that she can't handle. Our special events are in a great spot now with Francine Jimenez ready to take over and be the lead on special events. We have a great team in central services. Vicky Akau is one of the hardest working people with little limelight at City Hall, and she'll continue to come into work with a smile and treat all the customers, which is the rest of City Hall, with respect and take care of all their needs like she always does. We have a great team in graphics with Gina Clark and Sean Rothfuss. So we are in a great place. And of course, I've left out one person, and he's sitting here behind me somewhere. My partner in crime, Tony Dodero, our PIO, and Tony will continue to do the great work that he always does. And then he'll also, unfortunately, as probably my best friend in the organization, he's the one getting stuck with a lot of my work. So, you know, but Tony will take care of social media. He'll take care of overseeing all those other things, and he'll continue to do the great communications work that he does. So I you know, indispensable, that's a big word. I'm truly honored by all the kind words that I've heard tonight. I never started in this career for those type of accolades. But I feel like I'm leaving at a time when the organization and the communications and marketing team is in a fantastic place. So I leave, maybe not forever. You know, I'm still a phone call away, and the cell phone that many of you have, I probably shouldn't say this, but that's a personal cell, so it'll still get to me.
But, I thank you, the city council, for this recognition. It's humbling. And two things to finish, and then I'll let you get to your meeting because I've taken up way too much time. But Costa Mesa TV wouldn't be where it is without Brad Long. And he would have been happy for me, and he would have been a little upset that I was leaving him. It's probably how Tony feels right now. But I had to at least publicly thank Brad for everything that he did all these years. And then finally, it's the support of the community. And I've known that, and since the announcement last week went public, the amount of support from folks on the city's Facebook page and my email and my text messages and the phone calls from former council members to former co-workers to people in the community I've met and people I've never met. It really was overwhelming. So, and again, that support from the city council, support from this community is what's made this an amazing 31 years. And I thank you guys. I thank everyone here and those out on TV and everywhere else for all the support. And Mayor Pro Tem Mar, I may have reneged on our deal.
So we're going to take a photograph now, and I want to see if we can pull this off, okay? So normally we take the photograph with just the council and the person we're taking the photographs with. But I want everybody to come up, as many as we can get in the frame, and get in this photo, because it's a time for Dane with everybody. We'll all be in it, but if you all want to come up, you can come up and be in the photo. The mother of all Costa Mesa selfies.
For the check thing?
Yes.
It's a good place for good idea.
Yeah, how do I'm really not important.
Good, how you doing? Good.
All right, as we come back, I just want to say one more thing about the agenda. We have this public hearing item. Come on back, everybody come back. The public hearing item number 1 has to start exactly at 7 o'clock. So we're going to open it up to public comments. As we always do, start with people in the chambers, then go to Zoom, but we have to start the public hearing item. And then once we're done with that public hearing item, wherever we left off, we'll go right back to that point. Okay, so if we're in the middle of public comments or wherever we are, we'll go back to that point. So let's open it up to public comments. These are comments about items that are not on the agenda. That doesn't count the presentation. You can obviously talk about Dane, but don't talk about items that are on our agenda. You have 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, the mic will shut off. And then we'll go to people, once we're done with people in the chambers, we'll go to Zoom, and then use the raise hand function or *9 if you want to speak. And when you're called on, go to *6. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you. Dean, I want to tell you that throughout the years I've called you. You've always answered my questions. You've always been responsive. I've been so grateful for the help you've given. And you and Brad Long were the dynamic duo. And Costa Mesa was the luckiest city ever to have you two on board. Your dedication and what you did for the city is without description. Thank you so much. And I thought of Brad this weekend at the chili cook-off, because that used to be his favorite place to do his thing. I'd also like to congratulate the police department for a formidable drug bust involving our canine. I'd also like to thank them for their traffic stops that they've been doing on the weekends. And they've been getting a huge number of DUI arrests, which I hope they could do this weekly and get them off our streets. So thank you to CMPD, as always, doing a great job. And I'll keep mine short so you can get to your 7 o'clock deadline.
Thank you very much. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. Joe Erickson, 495 Walnut Place, 92627. I'm a former council member, mayor, and planning commissioner. I was on the planning commission in the 80s and the city council in the 90s. Didn't run for re-election in 2000, so I was here for Dane's first 10 years. I'd like to read a one-page letter for the public record in recognition of Dane. It's from me, but I think it's from just like your sitting council members. There's a lot of us that worked with Dane over the years, and I'd like to read this letter, please. Mr. Dane Bora, Public Affairs Manager, City of Costa Mesa. Dear Dane, I have many good memories from working with you in your first decade as a member of the Costa Mesa City staff, and I've followed your career since I left the City Council. It was with mixed feelings that I learned of your impending retirement. Costa Mesa will certainly miss you. I will always remember the late nights and early mornings when you covered our council meetings. I'm sure the meetings seemed to go on forever, but you appeared to genuinely enjoy your work, and your enthusiasm didn't wane as the hours passed. You were always a gentleman in your interactions with me and other members of the City Council. As a community member, I've enjoyed your coverage of youth sports and events. Your Costa Mesa Minute has always been informative and entertaining. The many awards you received for your work were well-deserved. Thank you for your effort on behalf of our community. It was a job well done. I wish you and your family well in the next stages of your lives. Sincerely, Joe Erickson, former mayor, council member, and planning commissioner. Thank you, Dane.
Thank you, Mayor Erickson. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Hi. What a treat to see Joe Erickson. I think he was up there on the dais when I first started paying attention to city council matters. And I know that Dane and Brad were here in the background pulling all the strings and making everything look smooth and good. And Dane, just thank you for your service to the community. I came down here as a nervous neophyte, just trying to observe and start paying attention to what the city council did. And all through the different issues, especially the employee layoff scare, I know that Dane was here and, working and keeping up a pleasant expression on his face, no matter what was going down. And that was a very scary time. So you just kept doing your job with dedication and expertise and panache, and through all the changes and the sometimes contentiousness, weirdness, with apparent good humor and no matter what kind of craziness was going on around you. And thanks, Dane. I'm just wishing you the best retirement, that you get to do all the things you've been looking forward to do, and you enjoy them thoroughly and have a long, long time to do that. God bless you.
Thank you. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Russell Toller. Dane, I met you just a few months ago, and I felt like I was meeting a celebrity because I've seen you on the screen so long. You helped us get set up in here when I joined the Planning Commission and the dais, and you were a super helpful, nice guy, and I hate to see you leave. I hate to get off topic here, but I had some other comments I wanted to bring up. I hate to be that guy. I just want to give a shout out to our Public Services Department. So like other cities, especially in Southern California, we have a speeding problem. We have a reckless driving problem. Another lady mentioned all the DUIs that we've been catching, and that's just a cross-section of what's out there all the time, right, especially in weekend nights. And there's complaints from different parts of the city, and what our Public Services Department is doing is taking an active approach. It would be so easy for them to make excuses, right? We're always busy. There's always budget constraints. Most cities do that. They send a cop out there one afternoon. They put up a sign that shows your actual speed. But in different places all over the city, we have installations of tangible traffic calming applications. We're testing things. We're not bringing out the jackhammers and cement trucks. We're just drilling in flex posts and seeing what happens. We did that with, I think, East 18th just went in, Cabrillo, Meyer Place. In the concerts in the park, we had a pop-up protected bike lane, which I think was the first of its kind in the city, and we did that. Staff did that. That wasn't an outside organization, and I still can't get over that we did that. That's huge. So I really think we're at a turning point in the city when it comes to these things. On a related note, I wanted to make the announcement. Well, I'm a planner, and I think about planning topics a lot: land use, mobility, transportation, how we get around. Strong Towns is an organization that has helped me work through these problems and solutions with city making, the issues of how we grow as a city. Strong Towns is going to be in Costa Mesa on Friday, the Norma Herzog building in Lions Park from 3 to 5. It's open to the public. It's free. It's not going to be in the weeds, but it's going to be about those topics that I know everybody here cares about. That's especially important in light of the housing element. We're about to add, potentially add 12,000 new units to the city. I know everybody is wondering how we're going to get around, how we're going to pay for our roads. They take a holistic approach to these topics. They integrate it all. They make it intelligible to us lay folks. So it's going to be a very relevant and applicable meeting. So I hope you guys could all make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, City of Costa Mesa. My name is Fasamala Tungaloa Jr., and I have been in part of Costa Mesa community since 1986. I currently live at 2335 Purdue Drive since the summer of 2000. I'm here to voice my concerns, as well as a majority of our neighbors' concerns, in regards to Acera Healthcare, LLC, pending license for mental health dwelling at 2329 Purdue Drive, which is directly next door to my house. My wife and I have special needs daughter who needs 24-hour day care. My wife's aging mother who also needs our care, who lives with us. My wife and I juggle our schedules to make sure that their needs are met daily. There are short moments during the day that my daughter and mother-in-law are home alone. About a month ago, our neighborhood received a letter informing each and every one of us about a pending license for a social rehabilitation facility at 2329 Purdue Drive. I can honestly say I felt helpless, because our small Purdue Villanova neighborhood is going to have to change our ways to protect our property, but more so our loved ones within their own households. After hearing about the event on August 26, 2021 in Santa Ana Heights in regards to the death of a young man dying from a gunshot wound who was a resident of a treatment center, made me anxious to what situations we'll face within our neighborhood coming soon. We have children and elderly living in our 16-home sub-neighborhood. We cannot protect, care for everyone in the sub-neighborhood at all times. We cannot foresee any danger that may or may not happen. But you can help us. You were elected to protect and care for yours in our neighborhoods, in our city of Costa Mesa. I'm very emotional about this because since this house was occupied early summer, there's been already suspicious activity going through this. I live right next door. I had to put up cameras. My fear is for my family, but also for my neighborhood. When I first moved to this neighborhood in 2000, my first thing I did was write a letter to all the neighbors. Why can't we get together on a yearly basis or ever at all? The gentleman that will speak after me will talk about how I brought that all together in this neighborhood, how tight we are right now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And can we get almost his contact information? Because there will be updates on this issue. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. I'll just acknowledge what everyone else has acknowledged, that it's really great to see the tremendous commitment that Dane Bora has had to the city of Costa Mesa for 30 years. I'll acknowledge that I just met Dane 45 minutes ago, but it was great introduction. But in a lot of ways, I've known Dane for a lot longer, because in the same sense of what you said, Mayor Stevens, I've been watching the Costa Mesa Minute since I was at UC Santa Barbara and not living in Costa Mesa anymore, and I was still able to keep in touch with the community. So I really wanted to appreciate the work that you did there. On the public comment side of things, I want to echo Commissioner Toller's comments that in a lot of ways, this week is Active Transportation Week. We have a local road safety meeting on Wednesday that I think a lot of people should attend. That's really important because our roads are incredibly unsafe. On Friday, we have the Merrimack Bike Path grand opening, which is like so exciting. And yeah, Strong Towns, this like national organization that people have heard of, that cities are across the country are trying to emulate their ideals. They're coming to Costa Mesa. Chuck Marone is coming to Costa Mesa. So, you know, to council, to anyone who's listening, to anyone in the chamber, I encourage you to come to the Strong Towns event from 3 to 5 p.m. at the Norma Herzog Community Center. You know, how can we have a holistic approach to community building? The last thing I'll say too is I didn't plan on saying this, is so anyone who knows me knows that I bartend in Costa Mesa at the lab, and so you know, despite doing what I do, you know, legally and safely, I do see a lot of drunk driving, and I know I have a rough acquaintance who was actually given a DUI in one of these just the past few weeks, and I appreciate it. I think it's important. I hate to see how reckless people can be. And it's their own decisions. So I really want to appreciate making roads safer in whatever way possible. And yeah, these DUI enforcement mechanisms are an important part of that too. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor Stevens and council members. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Ted Engard, 2341 Purdue Drive. 65-year resident of Costa Mesa. I came here when I was 4 and lived 41 years on Purdue Drive. I'm here with questions about the home on our cul-de-sac that is seeking to be turned into a mental health facility. The house is 2329 Purdue Drive, two doors down from me. I wrote for advice to Katrina Foley, who helped craft our city's sober living laws. And she was kind enough to refer that question to Mayor Stevens, who emailed me personally. Thank you so much for the personal touch. I so appreciate that. I know one of the city's goals and objectives is to engage the community to obtain feedback on community sense of safety and well-being. And I'm hoping you will take that action on our behalf, because our sense of safety there is really in a tough spot. Since we found out, quite by accident, by the way, about the proposed franchise, we've been trying to educate ourselves about the laws and restrictions governing such things. We also started looking into the company initiating the application to find out what was going on. The operator, Acera Health, is apparently under the parent company, South Coast Behavioral Health. Their regional officer has told us that patients at this facility could be aggressive, and many are 5150 patients found by the police to be acting with erratic behavior. And as Junior said, the neighbors still remember hearing about the August 26th incident in Santa Ana Heights, where a patient forced his way into the house in the vicinity of his rehab house. Oh boy. Wow.
You have
So
one more,
it's with
1
great-
minute, 1 minute.
Oh, thank you, thank you. It is with great concern that our little neighborhood comes to you for help and guidance. We noticed that the company is advertising on their website treatment for sobriety or chemical dependency. Sarah Health has no drug rehab license per the Department of Healthcare Services, so this online advertising is false and misleading. This is a violation of DSS regulations manual 80012, false claims, and it also appears that they are marketing services without a license. There's also concern that they will be practicing bus therapy or transporting patients from out of state and depositing them here. And Joseph Chung from Michelle Steele's office says that there are measures in place to discourage this, but it persists. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope you can address this problem. Thanks so much.
Thank you, sir. Mayor Guinness, you have the floor.
Hi. This is hard because I had wanted to come down to talk about animal services, but then I'd like to talk about Dane too, because I don't know how you even sum up all of Dane in 3 minutes. I do know that he's made an invaluable contribution to the city. I remember when he was a young whippersnapper. We both were young whippersnappers when he first came to the city, and I'm really appreciative of his efforts. But you can't think about Dane without thinking about Brad. And I know if I said to Brad, should I talk about animal control, animal services, or should I talk about Dane? We know how Brad would have voted, probably. He might have been torn, but we know how he would have voted. Dane's saying, no, he wouldn't have been torn. Okay. So 4 years ago, the City Council approved the formation of an Animal Services Committee, and among the tasks of the committee was to make recommendations for improvements in animal services, including contract animal shelter services. That included 2 parts, Newport Center Animal Hospital and Priceless Pet Rescue. And I have to say, as far as Priceless Pet Rescue, any member of the public can go in at any time. We have there's a Facebook page. There's an army of volunteers, and we have a whole separate Facebook page where we discuss various animals in detail. And I am very convinced that we made a great choice there. As far as Newport Center, it may have been a great choice, but access to the public is less readily available. And so that's where we have to depend on our Animal Services Committee. And so I just want to make sure that the Animal Services Committee has the access they need to the facility itself when they need the access to just see how things are going. They have the access to the data so that they can make the recommendations that the city asked them to be making over time, because I don't know that that's readily available. And then the other issue is, mark your calendars, if you have an animal. December 11th at Priceless Pet Rescue, photos with Santa from 11 in the morning to 2 p.m. So any of you who have a furry friend, feathered friend with scales, get yourself down there. And also See's Candy, Priceless Pet Rescue is having a See's Candy fundraiser. It's all online. You could access it through the Priceless Pet Rescue Facebook page. It's really difficult to find on the web page, so go to the Facebook page. And I encourage you to get your candy there. You're going to want candy for Christmas, so you may as well support Priceless Pets. And see you December 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. Great comments. Mr. Fakis, welcome back.
Thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to wish Dane a wonderful retirement. He and Brad were probably the most dedicated people in the city for many years. They were recognizable. I know when Brad would go out into the city, and the same with Dane, the community members would instantly recognize them. Their service to the city and the community has been just remarkable, and you cannot really separate the two, because as one previous speaker said, they were the dynamic duo for many years. And I encourage you, I know that I happened to be watching Costa Mesa TV, I think it was early in the morning or something, and they were showing some old reruns of some of the programming that Dane and Brad had done. And I encourage you to read it, to watch it. It's very, very interesting and everything. And I've known Dane for probably close to 25 years. And when he and Brad first started out, I know they spent a lot of time also over at the Historical Society doing some research and things on some of the topics that they covered. And I just wish you and your family the best in the future, no matter what you decide to do.
Thank you. Okay, so I don't want to cheat anybody else on their comments, so let's break right now for public comments. And we've got 2 minutes. We have to, less than 2 minutes. We have to start at exactly 7 o'clock. So we're getting set up for that, it looks like. So, and then as soon as it hits 7, we'll read the title, and that way we'll have started.
Mr. Mayor, just 1 minute. We are bringing down the 10 draft maps that have been in the back of the lobby so the public can view them as they come in. But
Okay.
We're just bringing them up front.
All right.
We'll start in 1 minute.
A little less than a minute. Okay. So it's Madam Clerk, so it's 7. Do you want to just read the title? That way we can start, and then if it takes a little bit longer to set up, that's cool. Why don't you just read the title?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the second public hearing to receive input regarding proposed draft district maps for the 2021 redistricting process. Again, we have back with us tonight Dr. Levitt from National Demographics Corporation for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, Dr. Levitt. Do you have everything that you need to be set up at this point, or do you need a little bit more time? Or
I think we're ready to go.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good stuff. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, members of the council, and members of the community who are here tonight, and those of you watching on Zoom as well. My name is Dr. Justin Levitt with National Demographics, and it's a pleasure to be here tonight to actually talk through some maps for the first time as we look at our redistricting process. Just as kind of a brief refresher for those of you who are hearing about this maybe for the first time tonight, redistricting is required once every 10 years following the decennial census. And so after Costa Mesa adopted districts in 2017, it was always the case that in 2021, following the release of census data, that we would have to revisit the maps, even though it hasn't been a full 10 years. However, moving forward, it'll be in 2031, 2041, and so on after each census. One of the reasons why we have to kind of review all of this is because the rules change between each time we do it based on new court decisions and new state laws. In this case, the Fair Maps Act has substantially influenced the districting process. Now, in terms of our redistricting process, what we have is a series of public hearings that kind of divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, which was kind of, first of all, in August, we looked at the kind of process overall and developed a plan for how to redistrict. And then we solicited input on communities of interest in October at the City Council meeting on October 19th, as well as our community workshop on October 23rd. Starting tonight, we really enter the second stage of the process, looking at revisions to the city's district map. We intend on having additional community workshops and forums on December 1st and January 8th, at which these maps and additional community maps as they're received may be presented or discussed. We plan on bringing all of this back to the council again on February 15th to, again, discuss revised draft maps and hopefully on the 15th select a map that can be adopted in March in anticipation of that April 17th deadline set by the state to adopt a map. April 17th is a Sunday, so for all effective purposes, it's probably a few days earlier. And that's based on the November 2022 election, where these districts will first be used. Just as a reminder of the factors and criteria that we use to evaluate the different mapping proposals, all maps must comply with federal laws. That is, they must have equal population. The Supreme Court allows for a 10% presumptively constitutional standard. And so we need to work to bring any map you like below 10% deviation to maintain that standard. We also have to follow the Federal Voting Rights Act. In particular, we are concerned with protected class communities, such as the Latino community. And although race or ethnicity cannot be the primary or only factor in the creation of a district, it's one of many factors that can contribute to justifying why district lines are drawn in a particular way. In the middle column, where we have California criteria for cities, these are the Fair Maps Act revisions. This is what we take into account along with protected class status in trying to understand where our district line should be placed. For example, districts must be geographically contiguous. You must be able to walk or drive from one part of the district to every other part of the district. You must have undivided neighborhoods and communities of interest to the extent possible. And so areas that would benefit from being included in a single district for their effective and fair representation must be kept together if possible. We need to have easily identifiable boundaries. So that to the extent we can follow major roads or other divisions and avoid jogging through a neighborhood, of course, within the bounds of equal population and so forth, we should do so. And finally, compactness, which the law defines as not bypassing one group of people to get to a more distant group of people. In addition, the law also prohibits discussion of or consideration of partisanship, political party, registration or voting patterns that deal with partisanship. In addition to this, there are other principles we do have to follow. For example, we use undivided census geography in drawing the maps, and I know that's come up in a couple of public comments that have asked to divide blocks or wanted to place boundaries in a way that would divide census blocks. And if that were the case, if that was what the council wanted to do, we would need a council to make a motion, and it requires some analysis on our end if it is even feasible to do. And we can provide information on that if that comes up. Minimizing the voters shifted between different election years. Principle that if you were elected or if you last had a city council election in 2018, a voter expecting an election in 2022 shouldn't be unnecessarily delayed until 2024. Respecting the voters' choices, the principle that voters of the city have elected a council and that it should be up to voters to choose their council members, not the stroke of a pen on the map. And also future population growth. If there are areas that are under substantial development, we know in the next decade, we can underpopulate or perhaps divide those areas across two different districts to mitigate the impact on a single specific district of that development or growth. And so what I would say is we need to consider federal laws and state laws in that order, and that we think of this third column, as sort of our factors that we can take into account in balancing at the end of the day, but they're not something that we should prioritize in terms of the main factors of drawing the map. The Fair Maps Act really wants us to consider federal and then state law in that order, and then other principles are kind of our final test, our final balance. So looking at our current map, the total deviation as it's drawn here is 11.52. Now, I know, and a couple of council members have asked this question, so I wanted to address this now. We were not able to perfectly draw in the current districts because there is a block split between districts 4 and 5. That is at Placentia, well, between Placentia and Federal Avenue. And let me just say that if we put that block entirely into District 5, it would only make the deviation worse, not better. Because District 4 is already underpopulated, and splitting that block would move more people from District 4 to District 5. So it doesn't change the overall picture that we have to redraw boundaries. And in fact, about 400 people are probably wrongly assigned, given that we had to keep that block together at this point in order to kind of draw it into the census geography. Remember that there is no block split along that alleyway between the two districts as it currently is drawn. In addition to our maps that we have here to present tonight, we also have an interactive web viewer. I may pull this up later to show you. It does allow you to zoom in and out, as well as search for addresses, turn on and off each of the different plans, and directly compare each of the different options. We continually update this as we import new batches of maps. Now, in addition to the NDC drafts, and we have prepared 3 drafts for tonight, we also received 7 public map submissions. Now, we've included them all here for you to look at because we don't want to distinguish between ideas that may work, but with a few modifications. There's a few maps that are between 10 and 15% deviation that we could probably adjust down at the direction of council, for example. But there are 3 that have deviations higher than 10%, and 1 we believe might fail the compactness test. And additional 2 maps lack a majority Latino district by eligible voters. That's the citizen voting age population standard that we wanted to flag. And so but we want to present them all in case there are things we like about any of the maps. We can probably work with any of the concepts that we've received so far and adjust them into being a map that works for the city. And so part of this process is really looking at all of the different options as starting points and really trying to figure out which concepts you like best and which concepts work best for the city over the next decade. And so we have to start here tonight the 3 non-population balanced maps. As you can, there was an error. I have to say I made an error drawing in 101, and we are working on fixing that. It doesn't change the overall deviation number here, but there will be. But the submitter of map 101 did submit a revision that does reduce the deviation below 10%, and so that's already been processed as map 111. While we don't have it here tonight because we just received it a couple of days ago, we will have it for the December 1st hearing and there on out. We also, map 104 is at 12.7% deviation, so very close to that 10%, and we could get it below 10% if this was a direction the council wanted to go. And map 103 has a little bit larger deviation, 32.7%, but at this point we still included it as part of our discussion of communities of interest. Maps 104 and 105, both submitted by members of the community, do not have a majority Latino district by citizen voting age or eligible voter population. They're below that 50% standard. Right now there is a 54% Latino district by citizen voting age population. And in map 107, we believe that District 4 probably fails the state's new test for compactness, just given the shape of the district. And how it kind of it bypasses people to grab people across the street from each other. We believe it would fail the state's test. We did receive map 102 from a member of the community that we think does meet all the criteria as it currently stands. Which we have here in the big maps as well for those in the audience, as well as NDC drafts 108, 109, and 110. Each of these NDC drafts tries to make changes that accord with the community's testimony and feedback we've received. So, for example, adjusting the boundary between District 5 and District 6 in this map to Newport Boulevard, as well as moving some of the population south of the 73 freeway from District 2 to District 3 to balance the populations there. And to try to fix the population problem, since we know the vast majority of people in that block bounded by Placentia and Federal will be or are currently in District 5. We have moved that entire block into District 5 just to show you it on the map here. And then if you wanted to continue to divide that block, you could certainly request that be drawn in to these maps as well. District 4 gains some population because it has to. It is underpopulated. And this just squares it off, essentially. And District 2 loses a little bit of population because it's driving the overage on the other side of that deviation number. And so it loses it to District 3. And there's kind of a small cycle. This is very much a minimal changes. And we've tried to avoid changing districts where we didn't have to, other than making that adjustment to District 6 in line with the comments we've heard from members of that community. We did want to look at a couple of more big, more broad changes. 109 was really an attempt to look at increasing the compactness of some of the districts, particularly aligning them to more to larger roads or to straight roads. And so, for example, the District 2-3 boundary, we move up a little bit, but we follow one road all the way across. This one also looks at, one option for trying to make District 5 a bit more compact. We heard a lot of issues with the wraparound. And there's only so many options for balancing the population. And of course, you have the golf course and the National Park that kind of serve as a natural break in population. But this one kind of does by taking District 5 more to the south and southeastern portion of the city. We do keep District 6 entirely east of the 55 freeway, but it exchanges some of the population at the south end of the district for some of the areas of the north end. And then 110 is just another option that, again, to reduce the wraparound. This one takes District 3 all the way down, pretty much to the triangle where Harbor comes together with the 55 freeway, Newport Avenue, and again tries to work to reduce the impact of that wraparound. There is one real census block challenge that we are seeing in some of the maps, and that is that the golf course, the Costa Mesa golf course, includes both an apartment or portions of an apartment complex, as well as all the housing on the south side of Tanagus Drive, Taninger Drive, and so it really combines two very distinct communities. And there's over 700 people in this one block. In order to divide this block or to figure out where the people are, we would need to have exact housing unit counts of how many, not just houses, but how many apartments and apartment units are in this block, as well as any people living at the golf course itself, or, there's a whole bunch of different buildings in this that may or may not be occupied. That's a real challenge if people have asked us to split this block several times, because they want the kind of people in the south side of the Tanagus to be in that same district as those on the north side, because it's really a small residential area. But unfortunately, the census divisions have made that very complicated in that area. And so when we're looking at the different draft options, one of the things we want to really kind of emphasize is you don't have to tell us if you like or hate the entire map. If there's a part of a map, a single district line or a single boundary line even, that works or doesn't work, we want to hear it. Because the best maps actually are not the first round that we show you here tonight. They're the product of that input we get about specific pieces you like, and we work to then put all the pieces together. This is the beginning of this conversation. We have 2 upcoming public workshops in December and January, and we hope through this public workshop process to come back to you in February with better maps that might actually be ones prepared for adoption. And so we're also happy to show you any additional concepts or changes that you want to see on any of the maps, and would like some direction on that tonight as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Levitt. So what we're going to do is just what we did last time. We're now going to go to the public, take the public comment, and then at that time we'll close public comment, and the council will have their time to either ask questions or make comments or make suggestions to Dr. Levitt about the items that he just identified. So does anyone from the chambers wish to speak on this item at public comment?
Hi, Mayor and City Council. Oh, gosh. I've been doing this so long, and I still get nervous when I come down here. Okay. I sent this to you in the wee hours of the night last night in case I couldn't come tonight, but I'm here. I studied the redistricting. Wow, this is bad stage fright. Okay. Studied the redistricting maps and find this issue very interesting. It's of critical importance to my neighborhood, which is the Mesa Verde community. And as you know, Mesa Verde is the name of the tract that's bordered by Fairview Park on the south, by 405 on the north, by the Santa Ana River on the east, on the west, and Harbor on the east. And that, of course, there's businesses in the cemetery, and those are residents of Mesa Verde and the cemetery, but they're very quiet. So this area has long identified itself as the Mesa Verde community. Some of the entry points to various parts of the neighborhood have signs identifying the areas as Mesa Verde. On Adams, there's one by what we call the Lower Birds. On Placentia, there was one on the wall of a house that backed up to Fairview, but it got run into by a drunk driver. So the community, from all parts of the community, up above Gisler in the middle and down in the Bird Streets, the upper and lower Bird Streets, have been trying to help get that sign restored and put back up there. Anyway, and it's a sign of our neighborhood identity. And all of this area is Mesa Verde. There's not one part of what I just named that is not Mesa Verde. We all think of it as Mesa Verde. It's a community. We interact in all parts of the tract. There's a long-standing volunteer organization as well called Mesa Verde, Inc. And you can see that this is a community with a long identity. I'm going to hand you a better copy of the letter I sent last night. So we're just asking you to stick with something like map 103 or 109 that continues to preserve all of Mesa Verde as a contiguous community. Thank you for listening. I'll give some copies to the city clerk, and thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you, ma'am. Sir, you have the floor.
I just wanted to voice my support for map 108. I think I think overall it's pretty good. The one, kind of a few little notes I'll give is that I think that between District 5 and District 4, that Placentia seems like a very reasonable boundary line. So I just wanted to just say that publicly. And I did like that District 5 wrapped all the way to Newport Boulevard as the boundary line. I thought that also makes sense. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you have the floor.
Okay. I would like to express my concern about dividing any neighborhoods. In particular, I am very, very concerned about seeing Mesa Verde divided, but there are some of the maps that would cut off chunks of College Park. There are some of the maps that chop the east side in half from north to south. And looking at new business number 3, I'm going to read you some of the things out of the resolution you have. To the extent practicable, the geographic integrity of any local neighborhood or local community of interest shall be respected in a manner that minimizes its division. A community of interest is a population that shares common social or economic interests that should be included within a single, in this case you had supervisorial, we'll say council district, for purposes of its effectiveness and fair representation. And then later you talk about dividing Costa Mesa. And whereas the maps which divide Costa Mesa into multiple districts constitute cracking of Costa Mesa's voters, spreading the like-minded voters among several districts so that their vote is diluted. And I would hate to see that happen to Mesa Verde. I'd hate to see that happen to College Park. And I'd hate to see that happen to the east side. I know the east side has so many people it can't be one district. But there are some districts where you pretty much just chop it in half, north, south. And the area closest to Newport might be considered to have slightly different interests, but that north-south split, that's just wrong. And don't be a hypocrite. You're saying it on New Business 3, keep our communities together, so I'm depending on you to keep our communities together for council districts too. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir, you have the floor.
Oh, thanks. I just want to say, Kim, thank you for representing Costa Mesa today at the Board of Supervisors and saying that Costa Mesa is a coastal city and everything. It's really important. I've been doing maps for many years, and I just see a trend going on here they're all the same with the cities being broken up, but some of them kind of look kind of funny, like number, I don't know. One of it kind of goes around like a gerrymandering. It's kind of very obvious. But I think we're on a good trend. I think this is the first hearing, or the second, so I feel like just keep doing it and getting the public's opinion. But I do like number 4, or actually 5, 105. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else in the chambers that wishes to speak? Okay, I don't see anybody, so I'll close public comment for the chambers. And we'll go to Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have anybody on Zoom that wants to talk with the council?
No, Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay, so we'll close public comment, and now is the time for the council to get in the queue and ask your questions, make your comments, and you can do it all at once. So, but if you think of something later and you want another bite at the apple, that's cool too. Okay, so from District 4. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, and to all those that gave the presentation. More importantly, thank you everyone that submitted a map. I have one question, and then I'll make my comments. I was wondering why we would even submit and show maps that were not balanced. Is that a requirement by state law?
We show maps that are not population balanced or that don't meet other criteria because in particular, we believe that they do add to the conversation, absolutely add to the conversation, and that if there are things that you do like in those maps, and for example, if you like a map that's 10%, just over the 10% mark, then it may be easy to fix that problem. And so we could work with those maps or things you like about those maps, and we certainly want to hear if you do, so we can adjust those or incorporate what you like about that map into future maps.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. I was just wondering why we'd have maps that aren't, complying with the Latino district or that were overbalanced or underbalanced, but I appreciate that. So with that, I will go to my comments. I mentioned this last time I spoke. I'm going to only speak on my district as I feel my peers will speak on their own districts respectively. And I commented before that I felt that my district was has lines on very particular areas. Some streets are dividing lines, sometimes it's back lots, it's not very consistent. The map that I think best idealizes my district as it's known as a community is probably map 108, which extends my district all the way from Placentia to Harbor. There is no reason why Maple Street should, not be with Anaheim Street. They're distinct communities. In fact, a lot of the apartment complexes have two entrances on both sides. I think having west of Placentia go to District 5 makes a lot more sense as well. So I think that's an ideal map. A close map that I would think reflects my district very well would be map 102. That one does not go all the way to Harbor, which is why it's not the ideal map in my opinion, but it does reflect a lot of the same cultural values, a lot of the same income levels, a lot of the same type of housing. That being said, I look forward to hearing what my council peers have to say. And more importantly, the audience, I really look forward to hearing what you have to say about this process of the maps. This is really a chance for all of us to shape Costa Mesa and to make sure we're actually reflecting your shared interests in your neighborhood. So again, look forward to conversations, and those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue is from District 1, Council Member Harper.
Dr. Levitt, is that right? So it took me years to say Tanninger right. It's only because I live there, so don't feel bad. I used to call it Tanager, but it's a bird. And Mesa Verde is all the upper birds, for those of you that don't know it. And but before I talk about that, can you explain to me and why is 5 like a U, to that one person's comment? I think that'd be fair to explain why 5 looks like a U in the current district.
Yeah, so to the extent that we can really, I'll just preface this, that neither myself personally nor NDC were involved in the initial district round. One of the big reasons why it seems like 5 is in a U from the record is that essentially there's 2 reasons. The first is that there is a natural division between the current District 1 and District 5 boundary. Because of the park and the golf course, they really are a physical separation between 2 different communities. And secondly, between 4 and 5, there is a voting rights concern. And 4 was the district that's drawn currently to protect the Latino population's ability to elect a candidate of their choice. And so of all 6 districts, that's the one that has the most federal import. And so there is a substantial difference between the core areas that are in District 4 and a lot of the more outer neighborhoods that ended up in District 5, demographically speaking. Not just in terms of race, but in terms of income and education and a whole variety of different demographic factors. And then between 5 and 6, we're also trying to keep the east side together as much as possible. And so there was a strong desire not to cross Newport Boulevard. And so all those factors together and the need for equal population took District 5 into that sort of wraparound shape.
Okay, so we started with Mesa Verde, College Park, and we east side, and then what falls out, and then trying to fit the Latino component of our voter rights, and then what falls out is District 5. Does that sound right?
From the record, yes.
It seems to be, yeah. So there's a lot of rules here that, and thank you for not putting them in your presentation, that we don't understand. They're a little complicated, aren't they?
Some of them can be, and and of course neighborhoods look different in every community, every city you go to.
What are the 3 maps that are? Last time we initially talked, I said to you, well, how many maps are we going to end up with? And you said there's probably going to be 2 to 3 that make sense. Of these maps we've got, which ones seem to make the most sense right now?
So I think any of the 4 population balanced maps probably would work. I think of those, 110 probably is the one that I'd be the most skeptical of because of that Tanager issue. We were doing that to try to create an option that really avoided that wraparound, but the consequences of avoiding that wraparound or potentially divide other communities. And so that's something that I think is a problem with 110. And
Okay.
that's the map I drew, so I can still say,
Shame on you.
criticize it.
Got it, okay. Which ones do you like? Which 3 do you like?
Well, I can't tell you which ones I like, but I do think that 102, 108, and 109, as it currently stand, are 3 that are legal. And then I think, obviously I hope that we can use this conversation to create a map 112, 113, or so on, that does a better job based on the feedback we get from these maps.
Got it. In my last, and it's a comment to echo, I think Robin Lefner and Sandy Guinness made about Mesa Verde. It's a community that's long-standing and a long history. Actually, one of the reasons I moved from Newport Beach was to move to Mesa Verde because I really liked what it has to offer, and I'd like to see it not split up as well. So that's my only comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Harper.
I know it's Harper. I was going to leave that out, incorporate it by reference. Do we have anybody else that wants to speak? Mayor Pro Tem Mar, and then we'll go to Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you. I was actually really hoping to hear from Councilmember Reynolds because I feel like the District 5 impacts struck me across the board as sort of the most dramatic from map to map. So thank you. This is very helpful. I think 108 is the one that seems to jump out at me as keeping communities contiguous, communities together. It's not so far of a deviation from the current district splits. I think the east side is, as former Mayor Guinness pointed out, the east side is a hard one to figure out. It can't all be one district just because the population is so great. So if you've got to take a chunk out of it, what's the best way to do that? District 3 already takes a chunk out of the east side, so sort of maintaining that would at least make sense for people who had already voted once that way. I'm super curious. I haven't played with the maps, but maybe if you end up talking again, Councilmember Chavez, the finger that sticks out west from Placentia. I guess I almost feel like I need to go. Just wait till I'm just really quickly. Agree on keeping Mesa Verde together. I've talked about District 3 potentially going all the way to Baker because that would sort of contiguously make more sense in my head. But between 108 and 109, I think you accomplished that. So I think I like the east side split on 109 better than 108, but I'll leave Councilmember Harlan to comment on that as well. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
See, that's the funny about having districts. Like, we get to know them really, really intricately well. So the reason why that split to me, while it seems really weird on the map, culturally, Center Street and like the back of Downey Street are like really dense apartments, like ultra dense. So like the whole block is this like huge blocks of apartments. So while it may not be on the east side of Placentia, it's still very much similar style of living. Mm-hmm.
Councilmember Harlan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I hadn't looked carefully at that little deviation there, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, but I think my instinct is to say 108 is probably the preferable choice. I think the east side, District 6, typically thinks of itself as the boundaries that we currently have. I mean, it's a pretty naturally defined district. So I wouldn't want to modify it too much. My question for Dr. Levitt, though, is you mentioned in your presentation that there are other principles to consider, namely future population growth. So if, hypothetically speaking, we are looking at increasing our population north of the 405, would that allow for a higher deviation in a district to accommodate that growth? What's the balance we can take?
Sure. And one of the things with future population growth that I have to start by cautioning is just that we've seen a lot of cities overestimate the amount of growth in the decade or overestimate a particular development impact because of either its controversy or its newness. For example, when we were doing districting in Anaheim 5 years ago, everyone in the community was convinced that the two western districts that kind of represent the western end of the city were going to be the smallest districts in 4 or 5 years when you revisited it. It turns out they weren't because of infill development, and these were small projects that really just added up once you kind of took them all together over the course of a decade. And so one of the things is like, yes, there's often, if we know that there is going to be greenfield or brownfield development in an area that's not populated right now, then we might want to underpopulate that area or divide it in a way that gives two districts access to it to split that growth up. between two areas. However, we still can't exceed that 10% deviation. And the word of caution is just sometimes we would underestimate how much infill development there actually goes on over the course of a full decade. Even if it's just, especially under new state laws, addition of granny flats and other additional dwelling units or, remodels or conversions of a, old single-family home to a, duplex or something.
Okay, that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Councilmember Reynolds.
Do I have to lean in? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Leaning further away. Okay. Yeah, thank you for this presentation. This is the first time I've really closely participated in a process like this, and it's really interesting to think about all the different ways you have to, you make one change, and then to get the population balance, you've got to make another change. So I appreciate how challenging this is. I'll share some, I've tried to kind of summarize my global thoughts about this, and then I have a few specific comments on different maps. And I think like many others, when I looked at the maps, I wasn't looking holistically. I was really just sort of focused on the neighborhoods I know well and the areas I know well and sort of what I thought made sense based on that. So one of the things I did like in a number of the maps is the attempts to really smooth out some of the lines. In your first hearing here, we talked about like staircases through neighborhoods where one block, there was just all these, it was very difficult to describe what was a district. I think I said I had more than 19 edges in District 5, which is challenging to communicate to residents, and we had a lot of places where people, who faced each other were in different districts. And so I really appreciate the kind of bumping out of lines to major streets. I think those are really good changes in a number of the maps, or good proposals in a number of the maps down in the west side. Again, I didn't pay much attention to the northern part of the city. I think there are some where I thought there were sort of good maps or bad maps, I think is where districts cross what I would recognize, and I think many recognize as important sort of barriers or separation. So I think the 55 is a really important separation. We talk about east side, west side all the time. Those are very clearly defined areas of the city. And so any of the maps that, pull east side into the west side or pull west side into the east side across the 55, I think is a challenging or not, I guess, less desirable map. Because there really are sort of strong identifiers of east side, west side, and kind of very different sort of things those neighborhoods deal with. With that said, I think that little, I guess the bump out to use the 55 instead of Newport Boulevard at the very bottom, I think that makes sense to me. I don't feel strongly either way, but I think that makes sense to me. The other, I think, very common barrier that separates very distinct neighborhoods is Fairview Park and the golf course, as you mentioned. So I think, north of Fairview Park is, as we've heard here, sort of a well-defined Mesa Verde neighborhood. South of Fairview Park and west of the 55 is the west side. So I think of those as two very distinct barriers in the city that we should try to honor. And then down in the west side, the major streets, Harbor and Placentia, I think as much as possible, pulling barriers out to those major streets just makes it a lot easier to communicate what are our district boundaries. We talked a bit about the sort of this, does a D4, D5 barrier land on federal or Placentia? I agree with Councilmember Chavez. Placentia makes a lot more sense. Putting it down federal takes out a slice of a well-defined Freedom Homes neighborhood. Separating that doesn't make much sense to me at all. And then I appreciate you describing sort of how the current District 5 came to be. That's how I understand it as well, and I really don't know that there's a way around it. There, again, the west side is a very distinct area, and to sort of protect the voting rights of our very dense Latino population in District 4, I don't really see any way around it. I appreciate the attempts to try to, make sort of these two west side districts as geographically contiguous as possible. I appreciate those. And it might be a little bit of an impossible situation. The way I think of District 5 is, sort of a compilation of a number of different distinct neighborhoods. But I think any changes that add to that number of distinct neighborhoods makes it even more difficult So I think the map sort of I leaned to, again, really focusing on sort of the west side area of the city. Really were the ones, what did I mark here? Probably 108, 101, I think 102, that really largely kept District 4 and District 5 boundaries similar, but smoothed out those edges to major street lines. Let me just quickly see if I missed any comments on some of these maps in particular. Yeah, I think that covers it. Give me 5 seconds.
Thanks. So I agree with a lot of what the other council members have said. They made some really good comments, and most of what Councilmember Reynolds said was right on point, and I'll repeat it to a certain extent. But I'm just going to talk with specific reference to the 4 legal maps, as you put it. On the first one, 102, it's been said before by Councilmember Harper and Councilmember Reynolds, and they're right, and I agree with it, that little bump above where it says Swan Drive, that needs to be in District 1 because that is considered part of the Lower Birds and Mesa Verde. Moving on to number 108. By the way, overall, you did a great job on these maps. Thank you for everything you did. You know, kind of leveraging a little bit on what Councilmember Reynolds said, which I thought was really good, is we've got a lot of neighborhoods. We don't need to make any more neighborhoods kind of arbitrarily. And I see that in number 8, right in the middle, where you've got that little area where it looks like a little puzzle piece between District 2 and District 3 on the, it looks like at the southern part of District 2. I think that's kind of awkward there. Otherwise, I think that this is a pretty reasonable map and probably one of my favorites with some, none of these perfect, but other than that little puzzle piece, I think it's pretty good. Number 109, kind of it's the converse of what I said with 102. Here, you're putting you're putting items down below Talbot Park into District 1, and as Councilmember Reynolds said, that's more of a neighborhood that should belong in one district, which is traditionally District 5. So I don't like that part of the map. I think it's always been a little awkward to have on the part of the map where I think you've made, like generally in some of these, you made an attempt to create District 6 on the east side of the 55 freeway. And so in that regard, you took, or in this particular map, whoever did it, took what is now in that little spot, like Dick Church's spot in District 3 and put it in District, 6. But then if you look south of that, you giveth and then you taketh away from District 6 and give it to District 5. So I'm not sure on balance that really achieves much. And then with regard to District map, it's my final comment on 110. Again, like what Councilmember Reynolds said, I don't mind a little bubble down at the bottom, the south side, where a little bit of a bubble into District 6 is taken by District 5. But right here where District 5 encroaches so deeply into District 6, now you're in a position where you're breaking up the neighborhood, the central neighborhood of the east side. So I don't like that. So of those 4 legal maps, those are my comments. And the other thing too I'll say about that is, I'm not troubled necessarily by the golf course, and I think I'm got a little bit of authority on the golf course. I'm not troubled with that being in District 5 on 110, because where you're cutting it off there, as long as it's the golf course, and Tanager remains in District 1, which it clearly should. But like if you were trying to pick up the houses off of Harbor, there's some new houses over there. There's the houses around Fairview Developmental Center, which are now in District 1. And then you have the apartments on Mesa Verde Drive. If you want to capture those in District 5, I'm not troubled by that in terms of keeping the neighborhood together, because I think that this cutoff fairly keeps Mesa Verde together, which I agree with all the commenters that that's an important principle. Okay, that's all I have to say. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that last point. If we're looking at 110, and sort of give my input there, the community that's sort of in that golf course track off of Harbor Boulevard, to me, that feels more naturally a District 3, well, I guess sort of paired up with what is District 3 here on this map. I see that as adding another distinct community to District 5, if that was to be pulled in there. Because District 5 is, south of District 4, there's, we've turned a U into a C, like we're making even more, we're creating even more sort of variety. On this map 110, the part that has become green below Wilson, I think would be a more appropriate part of it currently is District 5, and that's sort of a more appropriate part of the sort of west side community than the golf course. So if you were looking for a trade-off, for example, I would suggest that the golf course piece fits better in the green here, and then the green below Wilson fits better to sort of stay in District 5.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't disagree with what she said. Councilmember Harper.
Dr. Levitt, I thought you said just map 110 was not legal. Did I misunderstand?
No, 110 is legal, or could potentially be legal. What I had warned is that the block that includes the golf course does include the homes on the south side of Tanager, in Canary, and there's a couple of other cul-de-sacs. It includes those homes.
But you shouldn't do that.
And what I said is that, so based on the conversation here tonight, that sounds like that block, that district should end up in the Mesa Verde District 1, not in any other district, because those homes are in that block. Even though the bulk of it is the golf course geographically, all the people on the south side of Tanager are in that block.
Yeah, they need to be in District 1.
So then that block would need to be in District 1 in the different maps.
You guys can turn on your mics if you want to. For this part, if you want to go discussion mode, you just got to turn on your mic.
Oh, sorry. So it could potentially be legal. Right now, it's not legal because of why?
No. Right now, it's potentially legal, but it would not be the best map for the city to adopt because of this division.
Hey,
so there's a difference between, I want to distinguish between legal, as in.
Well, I don't know the difference between potentially legal and legal. That's potentially legal means it's not legal, right?
Well, no, I mean, it's legal in the sense that, it wouldn't be challenged in court over that. But it doesn't do the best job of representing our communities. And so we wouldn't want to consider it.
And why? And is it because of what you just mentioned, or is there other issues with the map?
I think that's certainly a reason that we're hearing tonight, that it doesn't work for that reason, and what it does on the east side, and some of the other changes that are in the map just don't work for multiple community members or members of the council.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sort of with Mayor Stevens. I think 108 was my favorite too when it came down to it. But that's all. Thanks, John.
Anyone else? All right, wonderful. So I think we just do a motion to receive and file. Does anybody want to do that?
I move to receive and file.
A motion by Councilmember Chavez and second by Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Harper, please. Yes, motion carries 7-0.
All right, good. Good discussion, and thanks for the public input. Now, when we left off, I think we had concluded the people who wanted to speak. at public comment in the chambers wishes to do public comment?
If anybody on Zoom would like to speak on public comments on items not on the agenda, please raise your hand.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Anybody?
Nope, we have none.
All right, we're going to close public comment, and then we're going to go to council members, comments and committee reports and things of that nature. First up is Councilmember Harper. We could just stay in discussion mode for this part. Go ahead.
The first time I met Dane Bora, he told me a story about a councilman that he admired because he only spoke when he needed to. And so in honor of Dane, I'm going to keep his life, or save 4 minutes out of your life, and I'll pass on comments tonight. Thank you.
That's great. You get to retire 4 minutes earlier. Okay, so council member from District 5, Councilmember Reynolds.
I will also honor Dane's legacy and pass on council comments tonight.
Dane, I go next in the list. I would honor your comments, but there's one thing I really need to say that's really important. As you guys know, my district is a majority minority district for Latinos, but it's also, as I call the gay hub of Costa Mesa. We have Strut Gay Bar and Grill and Donkey D's Dive Bar, all in my district. And I just want to make a quick comment. I know the past 3 weeks, we've seen a lot of protesters going to Strut on Sundays, harassing the tenants of that restaurant, shouting obscenities, saying, you're going to hell, and other horrible things people say when they're not really up to date on what, proper etiquette is to tell people in Costa Mesa. So I just want to say one thing to everyone of the LGBTQ plus community. We fly the pride flag every year in Costa Mesa. I made that motion proudly. I am very proud to say you're in my district, and I will do my best to make sure you always feel comfortable in Costa Mesa, because if you shop here, if you live here, you have a right to feel loved, and a right to feel safe, and a right to be here. So that's all I'm going to say today. Thanks.
Thank you, council member. Councilmember Gameros, you have the floor.
Thanks. I just want to wish Dane a wonderful retirement, and I'll pass on comments.
Councilmember Harlan, District 6.
I was going to do the same, but two quick comments. One, before I forget, happy Thanksgiving to everyone, since we're going to be off before then. And then secondly, I wanted to give a hearty congratulations to the Newport Harbor High School boys water polo team for being crowned champions of the CIF Southern Section Division. They had a thrilling win this weekend, an amazing season, so I just wanted to recognize them for their efforts.
Wonderful. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Nothing tonight, thank you.
Oh my goodness. I had some things I wanted to say, so I'm going to say them. Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit about public safety and a couple of other things. I'll make it quick. Our public safety departments have had a really good couple of weeks. I just want to highlight it. First of all, it was a great turnout and a great event for naming Neth Park after our former and second police chief and our longest standing police chief, Roger Neth. So thank you for all who participated in that, especially Roger's department. The flowers were beautiful. Everybody did great. By calling you out, I don't want to diminish the other work. And of course, Jason Minter's department, the Parks department. So thank you for that great event. The police department, they've been really busy. They had a 10-hour standoff up in where no one was hurt by the grace of God and their patience and their skill in the state streets. So thank you for that work. Also, there's a huge drug bust yesterday. I think it was 27 pounds of meth, 100 pills of fentanyl, which is killing a lot of people all across the country, including in our town, and then 40 pounds of marijuana. And our K-9 unit was engaged. And I remember when we brought that back, and thank you for all the work that you've done. And also I saw on social media that you've been working with the county to clean out some encampments in Talbot Park, so thank you. And then there was a structure fire that the fire department rolled on in an apartment recently. Nobody was injured, so thank you for that. And then they helped out at Sevilla when there was an issue with carbon dioxide and brought that back so we can have salsa dancing there at Sevilla. It's a great place. On this doesn't happen very often, but on Saturday at 4 o'clock at Norma Herzog Center, we're going to have, there's going to be an event. There's a lot of politicians that are going to be there to talk about the oil spill and offshore drilling. One of the public servants that is slated to be there is United States Senator Alex Padilla. So we don't have the United States Senator in Costa Mesa speaking very often. So if you want to go check that out, that's on the 20th at 4 o'clock. And finally, just picking up on a public comment, Mayor Guinness mentioned the Animal Services Committee. I don't think we've met in quite some time, so it'd be good to get that re-engaged, the Animal Services Committee. That is all I have. Let's see. Oh, he will not be there in person? He's attending virtually? Well, that's good enough. I got a news alert. Alex Padilla is not going to be there. He'll be there virtually. So be it. But you can go anyway and see him virtually. Okay, so City Manager, do you have a report? No report? Way to go. City Attorney, have we won anything lately?
Well, all the time, but I just want to take this moment to say I'm grateful to Dane for all the years that he did not raise a risk management or liability issue for the City Attorney's Office to deal with. Good luck in your retirement.
Good point. Okay, so now we're going to go into the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be acted on in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council, staff, or the public pull those items for separate discussion. Madam Clerk, has anybody pulled any of those items?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, item number 7 has been pulled.
Item number 7 has been pulled. And does the council wish to pull any other items? I'd have you pushing items, not pulling them. Anybody? We're good? Okay, so we're going to take 7 after we do the motion for the balance. But before we do that, Councilmember Gameros, you wanted to note a recusal on 3?
Yeah, I just want to double check with the city attorney. I would like to disclose that my wife works part-time for Priceless Pets, and I just want to make sure that I don't do something I'm not supposed to. So, Kim, can you help us out on that?
The warrant.
They should abstain from that.
What did she say?
Yes, you should abstain.
Okay, abstain. So
from
we're
that.
going to vote. We're just going to note a recusal or of Councilmember Gameros on 3. Okay. With that, let's move for the balance. That's motion for the balance of the consent is Councilmember Reynolds and seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Mar. Let's call for the question.
Councilmember Chavez, please. Motion carries 7-0. All right.
Okay, we have number 7, which is pulled. So, Madam Clerk, can you please read the title
Yes,
of consent calendar item number 7?
Yes, this is the Jack Hammett Sports Complex Expansion Project, City Project 2105. And actually, 2 members of the public have asked this to be pulled.
Okay, fair enough. Let's hear about that item. Is that do you want to make a little, or do you want 2 members of the public spoke about it? Okay. Let's open up public comment then.
Take the PowerPoint up, please. Yeah, is there any chance I could see it? Or at least I could. It's actually not, right? It's not good.
Mark, you have a PowerPoint?
Oh, okay. Got it. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Screen's here.
Okay, great. Okay.
Good evening, Council. So this project, the Jack Hammett Sports Complex project, is $2.1 million for lighting, irrigation, parking, and ADA accessibility. So this is my How to Save the City $1 million plan. The problem, so we're going to be spending close to $1 million of the $2 million budget for the plan for 50 parking spots and 10 bike parking spots. This is all of the parking in the surrounding area. I did this by hand, by the way, in the surrounding area. And then this is the parking that's like in the really close vicinity of this sports complex. There's 1,600 parking spots, which depending on if people carpool is between 1,600 and 8,000 people we have the parking capacity for in the vicinity of this sports complex. It is irresponsible and financially reckless to spend $1 million on 50 parking spots when 1,600 already exist in the vicinity. This is a strong towns principle. This is a Chuck Maroon principle. And just a reminder that the Chargers are building their new facility in El Segundo. There is no guarantee they're going to be doing summer camp in Costa Mesa forever. But I'm solutions oriented. I'm not just here to complain and whine. Look at this house right over here on Lorenzo. If you lived at that house on Lorenzo, this would be your walk to the exact same part of the park. Why don't we just eminent domain that house on this other house on Lorenzo for Zillow estimate $1 million so that this entire neighborhood could have walking and biking accessibility and you don't have to build more parking spots. But in a more realistic idea, why don't we just build some of these signs up that we have now commonly throughout Southern California so that when people are pulling into the parking spots, they know that there's only 4 parking spots left. And then you could even have park at the Lutheran Church, park at Costa Mesa High School, park at OCC, instead of spending $1 million on 50 parking spots. And then you could even spend time and put in a crosswalk across from the OCC parking lot, an additional crosswalk to make the egress and exit of people like a lot faster if we really wanted to care about that. Something like this. And then you could even convert more of the current parking spots to be more ADA, to have more ADA ones to fit that ADA criteria that we're trying to hit. In sum, I want the council to be fiscally responsible. I want you guys to honor the climate change goal you all set a few months ago now. And I don't build what we don't need. I'm asking that we reject this bid, remove the car parking, increase the bike parking, keep the lighting, the ADA, and the irrigation fixes, rebid the project for a smaller scope, and approve it as a lower cost to the taxpayer in a few months from now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks. Good presentation. Does anyone else from the public wish to speak? No, I mean, no one in the chambers appears. What about on Zoom?
If you'd like to speak on this item, please raise your hand. There is nobody else. Thank you.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions of staff on this item? Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
I was also trying to understand how many trees were going to be removed as part of this. I saw that as part of the bid package. Could you, when you give your presentation, Mr. Young, could you include that as well, please? Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
we have a small presentation that Sangyang, our city engineer, will make.
Oh, you want to just do the presentation? Sure, let's do it.
Okay. All right. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Sung Yang, and I'm your city engineer. So tonight's presentation is the Jack Hammett Sports Complex Expansion Project, City Project number 21-05. As you can see from this aerial, the sports complex is along Fairview Road, roughly between Adams Avenue and Arlington Drive. To begin with, just a little background. The Jack Hammett Sports Complex is named after our former mayor, Jack Hammett. The sports complex consists of 6 fields primarily used for soccer and lacrosse programs. Currently, it's the preseason training center for the Los Angeles Chargers NFL football team. In short, the sports complex is in need of improvements and new upgrades due to continued use over time. Continuing on, the project was first envisioned in 2014 and was initially included in the fiscal year 2015-2016 Capital Improvement Program budget. Additional authorizations were approved in subsequent budgets, and the project scope was modified. For fields 1 and 2, an artificial turf playground as well as covered bleachers were proposed, but were later eliminated as scope changed. For the fiscal year 2016 through 2017 capital improvements, the parking lot expansion, ADA upgrades, fencing, and storage buildings were identified. The scope of the work for this project is as follows. Parking lot improvements that include striping and markings, concrete work consisting of curbs, gutters, walkways, ramps that adhere to Americans with Disability Act standards, installation of new storage building, site grading, lighting, irrigation, landscaping, and new fencing, and also electrical and mechanical work. Visually, this slide shows here the bulk of the work for the Jack Hammond Sports Complex, as I just previously described. Although it's a little hard to see, you can see the major improvements being implemented from parking lot improvements, walkways, and other work. And this is the aerial to give you a clearer picture of the improvements involved in this project, noted in the red border. The summary costs for these improvements are as follows. Parking lot expansion at $350,000, sidewalks and ADA improvements at $550,000, fence, gates, bike racks, and water fountains at $400,000, irrigation and landscaping at $350,000, storage building installation at $200,000, and parking lot lighting improvements at $300,000. Therefore, the total project cost comes out to approximately a little over $2.1 million. Therefore, in summary, the apparent lowest bidder is Horizons Construction Company International. The apparent low bid was a little over $2.1 million. The funding for this project will be from park fees, Jack Hammond Fund, and the Capital Improvement Program. That brings a conclusion to this presentation. Staff is open to any questions and comments from the City Council. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, with respect to the question Mayor Pro Tem had, I don't think we're removing any trees as part of this project.
No.
We're adding trees as part of the project.
Okay, not removing them, adding them. Okay, so we've got, so there's 14 trees removed, they're saying, but we're adding additional
yes.
trees?
Yeah, there's a net increase in number of trees.
Exactly.
So, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, do you want to be heard on this? Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I had another question and I just forgot it. Go ahead.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I will admit I did not do a deep dive on consent calendar items because they're usually routine and voted on in a procedural manner, as the mayor says. But I have a few questions. So, how many parking spots are we adding due to this? Do we know?
In terms of parking lot spots, we don't have, I don't have the exact number with me, but I can get that information to you later. But we're doing improvements in the parking lot facility for this project.
It's about 50 parking spaces.
So we're adding 50 parking spaces, and out of those 50, 10 are ADA accessible?
Yes.
Okay, so 40 parking spots are being added. And again, I'm sorry, if again, I apologize for normally ask questions in advance so you can have time to prepare, but where have there been events when we've seen that the current parking lot cannot meet the demand?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Chavez, yes, we had events, or we had events in the past before the pandemic, sometimes on a weekly basis where the parking lot demand does exceed the capacity there. And our ambassadors have repeatedly, they worked out with the school district sometimes to open up the gates for that use. But yes, almost on a weekly basis, there used to be a demand for more parking.
Okay, so there is a need. So there is a need for more parking spots because we've seen it consistently happen every week pre-pandemic that there was overflow parking. And you mentioned Mesa High School. So I know when I went to see the Chargers, I think most of us did, we actually parked at the Costa Mesa High School parking lot. Would it be more feasible for us to have an ongoing agreement with the school district or the school than create new parking?
So this project was discussed before with the user groups, with with prior councils and commissions, and as part of the overall improvements to Jack Hammett, this extra parking was one of the features that was identified as a need.
Okay.
And that's what's being proposed.
Understood. But we have not like looked into partnerships, right? We kind of just thought it's our city property. Let's just do the best we can with what we have, right?
So, Councilmember Chavez, we do value the partnerships that we have. So we continue to use them, but if there is an opportunity for us to provide our own supply, we like to do that too.
And it makes sense. I mean, it's our property, right? So we'll make sure we have access at all times. I'm just trying to be mindful of the fact that we're adding parking. How much will the loss of green space impact the use of Hammett Field?
Again, Councilmember Chavez, this project was reviewed quite extensively, and the way the expansion is being done, it won't affect the play quality or the required play space for the soccer fields. It basically mirrors what's on the other side of the restroom building. We have parking that encroaches into the same area, so we are mirroring that on this side too.
Understood.
So there's no loss of any space.
Understood. So basically, we've already made sure by going with the groups that the parking expansion will not hurt them. The last thing is the trees. I had not realized the trees are being affected by this. So I'm just curious. So how many, like, what's common practice for City of Costa Mesa when we take down a tree? Do we plant 2 trees to replace it in hopes that one survives? Like, what's the protocol there?
So our protocol is when we remove trees, it's usually we replace it 3-to-1 ratio.
3 to 1.
3 to 1.
Wow. Okay.
And I'm sure it went to Parks Commission for approval of the removal of any trees. So they would have approved this.
So basically, this has already gone through the Jack Hammett group. It's gone through planning, Parks Commission. I'm guessing planning as well.
No, not
Yes, it's Parks. Okay.
Commission.
And then again, just because I'm learning this now with trees. Out of those 3 trees we plant, how many do we anticipate go into fruition, 20, 30 years from now? Because trees take a while to grow.
So, Councilman Chavez, I need to get an exact count of number of trees being planted exactly here. But overall, if we cannot plant here, it'll be planted in other parts of the city. So overall, we'll have enough replacement trees.
Okay. Well, if that's an option, I'll mention south of 19th Street needs trees. But with that being said, thank you for answering my questions. I know they were not pre-planned like usual, so thank you so much for answering them, Raja.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. The question I had was specifically related to the capital improvement funds that have been set aside for Jack Hammett. So were those tied to any kind of an agreement with the charters, and is that really going back to the 2014 budget?
So we Mayor Pro Tem, we had capital improvement program budgets that were approved back in 2014 and 2015 in those budget cycles. But subsequently now, since Chargers started playing, practicing there, there's an agreement that they contribute $150,000 every year towards Jack Hammett improvements. So we were able to use that money and reduce the CIP money, the city's general fund money.
Okay.
So it replaced. So it can be used only for improvements in Jack Hammett.
But it could be any improvements, right? It could be adding things other than parking spots?
Exactly. So this project adds storage buildings, it adds lighting, improves lighting in the park, in addition to parking, landscaping, and irrigation. So it has many other improvements that are part of the project.
So what contribution is the parking resurfacing, parking expansion piece in particular, do you think? Like, if we were try to carve out that scope and ask for a revised scope, would you send the project back out to bid, or would you be able to navigate within the boundaries of the scope as it stands right now?
So it's a good question, Mayor Pro Tem Mar. So right now the project is designed and as you know, it's ready for construction. Now, if we were to carve out the parking piece, it's not as simple as just taking it out and rebidding it. We have to go through a redesign process. So first we have to come back to you to authorize more design money for our consultant to go through the design process. And then we go through building plan check and review process, and then rebid the project. And then whatever the bid comes up at that time will be the bid. I cannot say whether it's going to be $1.8 million or whether it's going to again come back to $2 million. I have no idea where it will be. But as you know, the prices are increasing. So I'm not sure if we will be saving anything, but if that's the direction, we'll take that.
Okay. And then I was just also surprised the difference between the engineer's estimate and what the average came back at. Do you think that's just because of increasing costs overall, or was that our design how long ago was our design done? Is that part of it?
Again, Mayor Pro Tem, we actually had this design done maybe a year and a half ago.
Yeah.
And we went through a bidding process and we received bids, and the bids came out much higher. And then we came to you to reject all the bids. So we rejected the bids. Back then, we were building the project in 2 phases because of to accommodate chargers. So we think that's part of the reason why the costs were high. In addition, we redesigned the project. We eliminated one of the storage buildings. We had 2 separate storage buildings. So we eliminated one of the storage buildings and then rebid the project, and it came to within our overall budget. So that's what you're seeing right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper.
You know, I spent over a decade at that park watching my kids play soccer. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one. But and maybe some people here, Manuel, maybe you played soccer. No? Okay, sorry. I mean to pick on your youth. I'm just jealous. We used to park over in the Costa Mesa High parking lot, right? Is that through some partnership already that exists?
Councilman Harper, yeah, there is, I need to refer to our Parks and Community Associate Director to verify this, but I think we have a standing agreement to use that parking lot, but I'm not sure if it's available all the time.
Yeah, it was never, I'll just, if I can be out of order here a little bit, constantly a challenge, constantly don't get messed with soccer moms in their parking spots, because you're waiting for somebody to leave, then you fill it in, and then we would park in the coast, whether we were supposed to or not, we'd park over there. So constant battle. So I think it's a needed improvement, unless there's another solution. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds.
Sorry, I'm trying to pull up the design. You're right, this was a number of years ago, because I think I remember commenting on the design as a Parks Commissioner years ago. Raja, we had a conversation, sorry, Mr. Sethuraman, we had a conversation before this meeting on some of these comments, and yeah, can you just describe again what it would look like to pull parking out of the project, to do all of the other upgrades? You know, I think the challenge is, and I wish I was thinking about this 3 years ago, right? One of our challenges in all of these projects is that they take so many years to develop. And so, you know, where sort of our thoughts and priorities were 4 years ago and kind of what trends are, right, change over time. So it's absolutely, this seemed like a wonderful project 4 years ago. I wasn't thinking about different parking issues, and I hadn't sort of woken up to how much underutilization of parking we have in the city, right? So I agree that it does seem, when we're looking for even 50K here and there for pocket parks in different neighborhoods, it does seem a little bit backwards to be putting even 350K into building new parking spaces, and especially when that's taking out some green spaces. And there are new, we heard in our study session last week, right? There are new, not necessarily new, but different ways to handle sort of peak demands in parking through different shared parking arrangements, and you know, people sort of find other solutions. So you had described that the parking component of this project was 350K out of 2.1 million?
Yes.
So that's a relatively small percentage of the overall project. is it possible to do with the winning bidder? Aren't there some like boundaries within which we can say, let's do a scope change and still move forward with the project?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds. Typically, there are ways to do that. But the way the parking is, we have redesigned this this area, this parking lot, and the project to move existing fence and regrade and create this parking. Now, it's not like one particular item that we can take it out and then just say don't do this one thing. We have to go through a redesign process and then go through a building plan check process for us to get a new bid. And given the time it will take to go through that process, our contractor is not going to wait for us to give a new price. So he won't be negotiating and give a new price based on existing bids that we received. So if we have to go that route, we have to reject the bid and then start the process all over again.
Can I ask one more question? The opposite of, or I guess another solution to trying to avoid building, what would be at times completely unutilized parking spaces is to create those parking spaces as like an amenity that provides more than just parking. We did some very quick brainstorms on what that could look like. Can you elaborate on what may be possible if we were to move forward in that direction? And I'll just share a memory, because I've been attending more soccer games recently. The Rose Bowl, for example, huge stadium, I think maybe one of the largest stadiums, right, in Southern California. I used to go there for soccer games all the time. They don't have anywhere near the parking they need to fill up that stadium. They have a giant golf course. And when they have big games, people park on the golf course, right? And it works out really well. So I'm wondering if we could, we're always looking for sort of play space in areas, and I wonder if, we could have some of this parking lot sort of during the daytimes or when there aren't big tournaments, use that parking space in another way, and then when we need it, let people park there. What options do we have in that direction?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds, I think, there are opportunities. I think, we can work with our Parks and Recreation, Services Department on different opportunities. But, our demand for parking, we have observed that pre-pandemic, and we know that there used to be a demand. At this time, we don't see it, but, we can predict the future, whether the demand is going to come back to the same level or it's going to be less or more. But let's say if the demand is not there, there are opportunities, for example, to convert some portion of that into maybe a mini pitch, soccer mini pitch, or it could even be a place where we can set up other recreational amenities in that space. So those are some things that we can think about down the road, but at this point, we don't have that options, but we can think about it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I'll just share that I'm sort of torn on this because of the amount of work it'll take to go back. I do think that we could move forward with the project and use that space creatively in other ways that still do create a recreational amenity. But it is, at some point we have to sort of take a hard stop in sort of the way we've been doing things in the past and change projects. So I'll go where council goes on this one.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask a quick question of staff, if I may, as we deliberate. Raja, how long is the quote good for the bid?
Usually, these bids are good for 60 days, and we are within that frame right now.
Could you elaborate just on the conversation with Councilmember Reynolds about the flexibility that we would have within this bid, potentially, hopefully, to do the other amenities or flex the space in a way where we can use it for recreation while at the same time allowing for parking demand during those times?
One is, if you have to, as I mentioned, if you have to go back and redesign or not do the parking, it's going to be, we have to go through the rejection process at this point. We cannot hold the contractor still while we redesign and go through building plan check and then start construction. So that's going to take some time. But if you have to go through and think about alternative uses for the space, that's something that we can start thinking about. And it could be for soccer, it could be for any other type of use that we can think about. We could even, for example, trade off, use this new parking that we create and use the rear parking that we have for other purpose. For example, we can free that up. And that would be an easier thing to do. So we can carve that out and create some other amenity in that area.
Okay. Let's do first bite at the apple. Councilmember Harlan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Like Councilmember Harper, I've spent an inordinate number of hours at this complex for soccer, and it is very challenging when you've got multiple games and tournaments, especially Pilot Cup. So I'm wondering, is there a graphic that shows what the actual additional parking is? I think what we saw in the presentation was kind of sketchy. Is there something that just shows exactly what the new parking looks like?
Councilmember Holler, that we can provide that later, because the one that we have is kind of hard to see, which is in the PowerPoint. In terms of the focus, it's hard to make out, but the full plans that you're requesting can be provided to you.
Okay. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time getting excited about committing to $2 million of improvements that I'm failing to see a huge demand or constituency for. And I don't want to go through this proposal schedule and try and, pick apart every line item because, that value engineering is not a productive approach. And I understand a lot of this is inextricably intertwined. But I do appreciate my colleagues' comments about, creating parking space that is more than just parking space. And I just want to see where that is so we have an idea of what we're looking for. At this moment, I'm having a fair amount of heartburn about trying to move forward at this moment.
Roger, can we bring this back at the December 7th meeting with additional visuals and a little bit sketching on what the designs could be for some flex space? And then also talking to the bidder about just a couple of weeks extension until we can come back and give more information.
Yes, we can do that.
Then, Mayor, I would suggest that we postpone the matter till the next meeting so we can come back with additional information.
It's fine with me. We'll see if we get a motion for that, but I want to talk about it first. Okay? And then apparently Councilmember Harper wants to speak. Then we'll take a motion. So what I want to know, if you know it now, if not, bring it back on the 7th, if that's the route we're going to go, is, so when we create these 50 spaces, are we creating them through restriping, or are we adding additional surface area to the parking lot? Do you know that right now?
Yes, so Mr. Mayor, yeah, we are adding some new pavement surface to create this new parking.
And what are we paving over? Are we paving over something that used to be grass or like dirt or what?
Yes, it's grass on the south end of fields 1 and 2.
Okay. And what was happening on that grass? Was it being used for play, or was it just excess grass?
Mr. Mayor, it's excess grass.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
If you come back for additional uses, if we do that on the 7th and that's the vote, consider pickleball. We can do that on asphalt, right? And we could park on a pickleball court. Something to think about. For my money on this, and it is $300,000 for parking. That was in the PowerPoint, not $1 million, which is what Mark, the member of the public, said, correct?
That's correct.
So the number we're talking about from financially is 300,000.
350. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So I joined the Councilmember Harper and Councilmember Harlan. I've spent a lot of time over there. My kids weren't quite as good as theirs at soccer, but we still participated, and I had 4 of them. And you need parking. And, it doesn't work to park in some remote way and shuttle over or whatever. Of course, we all park at Costa Mesa High School, but it's super important for these events. If we're going to have a top-notch, world-class athletic facility similar to the one that they have in Fountain Valley, and I think for that purpose we do, for the purpose that it serves, which is flag football, Friday Night Lights, which is becoming more popular than ever. It is way more popular than it was when we built the parking lot. And soccer, which I think is still rather popular. And you mentioned lacrosse. I don't see a ton of people playing lacrosse over there, but I haven't been over there since my kids grew up, so maybe that's true. Also, that you've got food trucks over there, all kinds of stuff going on for Friday Night Lights. So I do think we need the parking spaces. If I had to vote on it today, I'd vote for it. If people want to bring it back, I'm not going to stand in the way of that. But if I had to vote today, I'd vote for it, no problem, totally comfortable with it.
Mr. Mayor, if I just want
Yes.
to clarify one thing. I just pulled up the Parks and Rec Commission agenda report from 2018, and we did not. There are no trees that are being removed. We are adding 22 trees.
Okay, good. Okay, so Councilmember Harper, you wanted to say something? You got it.
Yeah, I just want to clarify the 300. And I thought it was 350,000 in the presentation for parking, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and that is not. That's for the whole parking renovation, or is it just for the 50 spaces? Or 22 now, right?
Yeah, that's for removing existing, constructing new curb and gutter, removing existing curb and gutter, removing new curb and gutter, and paving, striping, everything.
Everything.
For
Not
the
just 50 spaces.
For 55 park. Yeah.
So if we went back and said, we don't want the 50 spaces, you might be at 325 or 310 or something like that, right? As a cost.
So if we go with the option of removing that from the project, as I mentioned, we have to go through a redesign process, so there'll be some money spent on redesign. And then we go through building plan check and then we rebid. So we don't know exactly how the bid's going to come back at that time. So it's whatever the bids come
But
back.
fair enough to say, you've got a total of 150 spaces. For 350,000, you're redoing all those spaces. I might cut it to 130. My cost is not going to be 350. It's going to be, might be a little less, but I might spend more because I got to redesign, is what you're saying. So I may be right where I'm at cost-wise. So
It's possible.
Not a cost consideration, really, is it, at all?
It's possible. So, and this 50 is for basically adding these new 50 parking spaces. We have to still go through and do some studies work and improvements on other parking areas, which will be part of any project. But to add these 50 odd parking spaces, the cost is $350,000.
The cost is what?
$350,000.
Just add the 50 spaces.
Just add, yes.
Then I've got a cost to redo everything else, including the repaving of the existing parking lot and restriping. Is that correct?
Yeah, that part is there regardless. So the remaining parking spaces, if you have to re-slurry and restripe, that's included in any project.
Sorry. So, I'm sorry. We're adding 22 spaces? Is that what you said?
No, 50.
50, we're adding 50.
Yeah.
At the cost of 350,000, right?
Exactly.
Okay, so that is okay, so I was not clear on that. So 7,000 per space.
That's correct.
Gotcha. Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thanks.
All right, I don't see anybody who wants to talk. It's kind of a weird deal. The way we did this, I don't think I don't, did I close public comment? Did I close public comment? Because it was strange the way we did it. I called him up, okay, and then he gave his speech. So are you burning to say something about this? I mean, would you be mad at me if I? So, okay, go ahead and say your piece. We're about ready to make a motion.
They're nice to see you all.
Yeah.
A couple of things I was thinking about too is we're shifting gears in the state of California to electric cars, and Jeff, we talked about it, about the idea of could we make Costa Mesa a place where people come to charge their cars? Maybe it's something that could be done for that parking area, and then also wondering if California would require a certain number of spaces to have electric charging in the future, and maybe planning ahead on that. That might be an idea too, but it would put us on the map and get more people to come into Costa Mesa also. So thank you.
Thanks. All right, now I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation. Second by Harper. Yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to come back on the 7th. This has been going on for a long time. We've got the design squared away. We can still go forward with this and look at other ways to utilize that property. That's not a bad idea to use those spots. So this is an area where we need parking. It's we always need it at the athletic fields. We're not going to save a lot of money if we don't do these. So I'm in favor of it. Looks like there might be a substitute motion. No, that's a substitute. So anyway, that's my motion. Don, do you want to say Councilmember Harper, do you want to say anything in response to your second?
Just simply there's demand for soccer, there's demand for the Friday Night Lights, and there's a demand for parking there. It's been there for a long, long time. And people travel from a lot of different areas in the cities. It's not just local, so the parking's complicated, and I think we need the parking, and I don't think there's another better use for it other than pickleball. I'd agree with John, so that's all I got to say.
Okay, Councilmember Harlan, you have the floor.
Okay. Well, I'll make a substitute motion just to bring it back at the next council meeting. I think there's some lingering details I'd like to have, and in particular, looking at the design of this. I'm not disputing that there's a demand for parking, but it seems like this decision was originally made long ago, and there may be some other design considerations that we want to take into account here.
Okay, is that seconded by Reynolds? That's the substitute motion? Okay, do you have anything to say to in response to the second, Councilmember Reynolds?
Nope.
Okay, so let's call for the question on the substitute motion.
Don't you vote on the first motion?
No, you vote on the substitute motion.
Oh, really?
So the substitute motion is to come back on the 7th. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to speak to it? You're good? Okay. Call for the question on that.
Councilmember Harper, please. Motion carries 4-3 with Councilmember Chavez and Harper voting no and Mayor Stevens voting no.
Okay, we'll see it on the 7th. Fair enough. Okay, so then let's go to, looks like we're up to new business, or hold on one second. You guys does anybody want a break? You want a break? Let's take a break. The next item is our second public hearing item. Madam Clerk, can you please read the title?
Thank you. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Chapter 1, Article 2, Definitions, Chapter 3, Planning Applications, Chapter 4, Land Use Matrix, Chapter 5, Residential Development Standards, Chapter 5, Commercial and Industrial Development Standards, Chapter 5, Plan Development Master Plan, Chapter 6, Off-Site Parking Standards, Chapter 7, Landscape Standards, Chapter 8, Sign Standards, and Chapter 9, Wireless Antennas of Title 13, Planning, Zoning, and Development, the Zoning Code, to resolve internal inconsistencies between various chapters, clarify intent, and to conform to recent revisions to add requirements of state law. Code Amendment C0-2020-02, presentation by Ms. Lee, Economic and Development Services Director.
Ms. Lee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The item before you this evening is a zoning code amendment, essentially to provide a cleanup of existing inconsistencies and clarifications in the zoning code. Through the application of the zoning code for the past several years, staff has identified a number of issues related to either inconsistencies or references to outdated terms or information, sometimes imprecise language in the code, which has been interpreted and applied, but not necessarily clarified in the zoning code. And there are also a number of state regulations that are new that need to be reflected in our code. The zoning code amendment before you is intended to be a cleanup to address those inconsistencies and clarifications. The code amendment would make changes to the following chapters. It's chapter 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 of the zoning code. In the way of background, the Planning Commission reviewed the code amendment and recommended approval on July 13th, 2020 by a vote of 7-0. This code amendment was also presented to this council at its September 7th meeting, and at that time, the council continued the item to allow additional time for review. There were 3 public comments received at the meeting regarding 2 specific code sections. And my presentation, as well as the staff report, focused just on those code sections that were raised at the last meeting. These sections were 13-45, which pertains to commercial development standards. The proposal in this case was to replace a reference, which was contained within the commercial standards. The reference was to standards in the industrial section of the code. There was no content change proposed there. It was merely replacing that reference with the actual text for ease of reference by staff. The next section was section 13-60, and this pertains to the planned development residential section of the code. These changes clarify open space standards consistent with a 2018 application of this code section, which was applied to the Ford Road project, which some of you may remember. The intent with these changes was again to match the 18 and not to create necessarily any substance changes. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council introduce and give first reading to this ordinance. As always, the council has the discretion to approve the first reading of the ordinance as proposed or to modify or remove any of its subsections. Should the council move the item forward this evening for first reading, we would return to council for a second reading, and the code amendment would become effective 30 days after the second reading. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council? Okay, I don't see any, so we'll open this matter up to public comment. Does anybody from the chambers wish to comment on this matter? I don't see anybody coming up. How about on Zoom, Madam Clerk? Anybody?
If you wish to speak on this matter, please raise your hand. Mr. Mayor, we have none.
Close public comment. Okay, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the staff recommendation.
Move to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Mar, second by Councilmember Harlan. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Just to thank Ms. Lee for taking the time to make sure that I understood this after we had previously punted it for some additional clarification. Thank you.
Great. Anything from the second?
Nope, likewise, I appreciate staff's efforts on this, and I think this is a good cleanup that we need to have right now.
Excellent. Let's call for the question.
Here, I'll do that for you. Oh, there, you got it. Motion carries 7-0.
All right. Great cooperation on that vote. And let's go to new business item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Yes, this is an urban master plan screening request for an 8-unit live-work development located at 1711 and 1719 Pomona Avenue. Presentation by Mr. Yeager, Associate Planner.
Mr. Yeager, welcome. You have the floor. Take your time.
All right. Good morning, Mayor, good afternoon or evening. Where are we?
It's still the 16th of November.
Could be the 17th. Good evening. The project before you is the Urban Master Plan screening at 1711 to 1719 Pomona Avenue. This project is located within the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan. This urban plan is generally located in the west side Costa Mesa, south of 18th Street, and on Placentia between 19th and Victoria. On the map on the screen, it's the green area. The urban plan allows for development and economic incentives in the form of residential density for property owners to reinvest and redevelop their properties. The plan does not change the underlying industrial zoning, but allows for residential development such as live-work units. The urban plan has set standards, but allows for design flexibility in exchange for quality projects. Tonight's screening is the first step in the process, followed by a submittal of an application for master plan, which would be decided on by the Planning Commission. Tonight, the City Council has the opportunity to provide feedback to the applicants on the proposed project. The proposed development site is located just north of the intersection of Pomona and West 17th Street. The project site includes 2 properties under common ownership, and the combined site area totals 0.46 acres. The site is zoned general industrial and has a general plan land use designation of light industrial. The proposed development site is surrounded by industrial developments. Currently, the property at 1719 Pomona is developed with a 1-story light industrial building, and the property at 1711 Pomona is developed with another 1-story industrial facility with 2 buildings. The proposed site plan for the project includes 8 live-work units, a communal parking lot, and sidewalks near the north and south ends of the project. 3 units are oriented toward Pomona Avenue with direct access to the existing sidewalk. The total floor area ratio for the project is 0.78, and the development complies with the urban plan required density of 15 to 20 units per acre, proposing 17.39. The parking meets the requirements of the urban plan and is comprised of 4 units with 2 enclosed parking spaces and 4 units with 1 enclosed parking space and 1 open parking space located near or under the living area. 8 additional guest parking spaces are provided on the site, which would result in a total of 24 parking spaces. The project is required to have a minimum of 30% open space, and as proposed is providing 32%. In addition, each unit is proposed with a 500 square foot roof deck. A deviation from the live-work standards has been proposed for the project, and this would allow for the project on a lot that is less than the minimum 1 acre lot size. The minimum lot requirement of 1 acre can be challenging for developers to meet since it is difficult to assemble the parcels when owned by multiple property owners. In exchange for this deviation, the project must provide quality environments and substantial amenities, and it must maintain all of the other standards set forth in the urban plan. The project proposes 2 potential model units up to 1,998 square feet. Each unit is proposed with a ground floor workspace and restroom. Residential space is located above the workspace, and this includes a living area with kitchen, half bathroom, study, and outdoor deck. And the 3rd floor is proposed to include 3 bedrooms with 2 full bathrooms. Fourth floor is proposed to include an enclosed staircase and an open rooftop deck. The overall height of the buildings is proposed at 40 feet, which complies with the urban plan maximum of 60 feet. The exterior elevations are proposed to have modern materials and finishes. The conceptual renderings show modern elements with a variety of articulation, materials, and colors. Staff believes that the design concept may require further consideration in regards to the urban plan's architectural design guidelines. The guidelines encourage emphasis on front elevations and street-facing elevations to accomplish high-quality projects. Building elevation should feature stepping forms to soften and provide appropriate transitions among different stories. Design should incorporate enhanced detailing, which may include articulation, projection, and the use of varied building materials. Long, unbroken building facades should be avoided, and variety should be accomplished through variation in building height and forms. The distinct architectural treatment and varying materials and finishes among the different units of the proposed multi-story development should be provided. Staff would continue to work with the applicant throughout the master plan process to ensure that the design elements reflect a high-quality project. Proposed project, staff has analyzed and found that the project meets the objectives of the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan and that the project promotes new urban housing. If constructed, these units would add to the city's housing stock. The live-work development would be compatible with the surrounding light industrial uses with the provision of adequate sound walls and construction assemblies to achieve the allowable interior noise standards. As part of the requirements, a noise study and phase 1 environmental assessment would be required to be performed. Those studies would be submitted as part of the future application. Project issues. The intersection of West 17th and Pomona is prone to flooding, and the proposed development lot slopes down from north to south, draining towards that intersection. Grading, drainage, and/or on-site retention and water quality management will need to be considered by the applicants in developing plans for the project. And the urban plan also allows for design flexibility in exchange for quality projects that meet the urban plan vision. In exchange for the city considering a deviation for the minimum lot size, staff is recommending that City Council encourage the applicant to work further with staff to incorporate the urban design suggestions that encourage these high quality projects, and as well to incorporate on and off-site project amenities as described in the urban plan. The screening process enables the City Council to address if the project meets the Council's expectations for new development in the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan area. The Council's comments do not set precedent for the Planning Commission's future consideration of the formal master plan, nor do they constitute final action of the development project. The applicant may expect additional comments from the Planning Commission in regards to the proposed development that may not be raised tonight. The screening process allows the applicant to consider Council's initial comments and to refine the development concept based on their feedback. Staff is recommending that City Council review, provide feedback on the proposed 8-unit live-work project, and encourage the applicant to work with staff prior to submitting for Planning Commission review to further incorporate the urban plan's design suggestions for high-quality projects. At this point, City Council should discuss the project and provide feedback on the project. The discussion should revolve around the project, if the project meets City Council's expectations for projects in the urban plan, and if the City Council has any comments regarding the requested lot size deviation or any other project features. With that, I can make myself available to questions, and the applicant, Dirk Thelen, is available on Zoom as well.
Okay, good. Does the applicant is on Zoom, you say Dirk what?
Dirk Thelen.
Dirk Thelen. Okay. Mr. Thelen, do you have any comments that you want to make or a presentation or anything? Or are you just available?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Yes, good evening, Mayor. I believe the applicant is on site in your chambers right now. I am the architect, so I can add my comments to the presentation. Thank you so much for a great presentation. We looked at the project from a high quality standpoint, and we think it's an additional, will provide additional housing to much needed for sale product in the city of Costa Mesa. We looked at trying to position the majority of the project against Pomona Boulevard or Avenue. So you have this live work kind of look and concept. The varying materials would be stucco. We're looking at the gray and blue materials as a vertical metal siding. And we also have metal horizontal canopies on the third level, horizontal metal canopies on the first level for signage. We're also placing blade signs on the ground level. From a stepping standpoint, we looked at the first floor and stepped back the majority of the first floor, projected certain components out that give a rhythm of the modern architecture down Pomona Avenue. And then we looked at the upper levels where the roof decks are and provided these kind of caps for the staircases that again would give you that stepping back on the fourth level. The fourth level piece is open to the stair below, so it is a clear story. So when you're on the third level, you can look up into that space like a double volume. Where we typically look at all our live work product in trying to maximize the glazing as much as possible. So on the ground floor, second floors, and third floors, we brought all the glazing down to the floor line and brought it up 8 feet to the header heights, so we can bring as much light into these spaces as possible. The spaces that are on the second floor have open concepts, so we feel that large openings will brighten those areas at those levels and will create more of a quality living space. On the corners, we articulated it in 3 dimensions. We placed all the corner decks so it's open on both sides. We provided these large decks that are 8 feet in depth and I think they're 12 to 10 feet in width. So these decks, we sized them so you can actually put tables and chairs and actually use these decks for the residents. You know, typically you would see a 5-foot deck. We increased it another 3 feet. And then we looked at articulating and putting it on the corner, opening both sides, looking at the component on the third floor and articulating that with additional material. So we added some horizontal cement fiberboard to articulate that. And again, floor to, not ceiling windows, but 8-foot high windows so we can bring all that light in. We looked at all the front doors and the side lights for the commercial spaces. So those would be all glass. So they would emulate a commercial experience at that level with the blade signs and all the canopy signage that we have. So we looked at it both horizontally and vertically in regards to what we can do and push and pull on the project to articulate it and give it a nice interest for the Pomona Boulevard. That's pretty much the essence of my presentation. I'm available and the owner is in the audience for any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. So now it's time for any questions by council. Council, do you have any questions of either staff or the applicant? Okay, Councilmember Harlan.
Do you have questions? No. Okay. Okay. Thank you. So first questions for staff. This is a proposed live work project. Have we done any kind of assessment of whether or not live work actually works?
Councilmember Harlan, our urban plans are specifically designed to promote live-work development as well as certain types of residential loft development. In terms of many of them were adopted in 2006. In terms of follow-up studies as to the market per se for live-work units, we have not done those specific studies, but we have seen a number of live-work proposals come forward to the council from applicants and considering that they're promoted by the urban plans. That's been the extent of our our analysis of sort of market demand for these types of units.
Okay, well, I'll ask a question of the applicant later about that, but, you know, I understand that we have this urban plan that was, as you said, was adopted in 2006. I'm curious, though, how many projects have actually come through, let's say, since 2016 under this urban plan? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. I can take a quick look and try to come back to the council.
Okay. I understand we've also had difficulty with some of the prerequisites, namely, you know, 1 acre site, minimum site. Obviously, we have the same condition here. So an applicant can only request 1 deviation under the current plan?
If they're asking for the deviation from minimum lot size, then they cannot ask for another deviation from code. The idea was that the 1 acre minimum lot size would apply. But as long as all of the other development standards could be met, then the council could consider a smaller lot size. That was the idea behind the 1 deviation.
Right. I mean, I know we've had this repeatedly when I was on Planning Commission and others where an applicant has to request that deviation because it's just impossible to assemble a larger lot or find an existing lot of a 1 acre size. I guess, Mr. Mayor, just have a few questions for the applicant. Or do you want us to just stick to staff right now?
No, it's okay. Staff or applicant, you've got the floor.
So I don't know if the applicant is present and can respond, but I do have some specific questions about the kind of design intent. And, you know, as I asked Ms. Lee, tell us how live work actually works for this particular location.
David, do you want to answer that or you want me to answer it?
He says for you to answer it.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't see when I'm talking. Yeah, I think maybe I'm a perfect example. And I think things are changing for what this use is for. I'm a principal at Withey Malcolm. It's a BSD design studio, and I've been working in my home office for the last year and a half. And I see this is a national company, 250 employees. And the direction that we are moving forward in is more flex-based working environments. So I see this type of use working based on, unfortunately, what happened with the pandemic. I think it's actually going to force this actually to be more successful in the future. And so I think it works. I was involved in a couple of developments in your city that were live work and with the roll-up doors and et cetera. And I'm seeing that for attorneys, architects, artists, and et cetera, white collar type professions, it does work. If that answers your question.
Well, I think what I want to get a better understanding of, and maybe back to you, Ms. Lee, is do we have a distinction in our code about what constitutes a workspace in this context as opposed to simply a home office? Because I think what Mr. Thielen was referring to is obviously we have a changing work life now. And to my mind, the whole intent is to have active spaces on the ground floor that relate to the street. It's not simply just having an extra office available or bonus space.
So the urban plan does include minimum requirements for the sort of work component of the live workspace, but it's primarily indicated through direct access to the ground floor. It's a minimum square footage, for example, and then just the general intent of the urban plan that's described as providing the opportunity for a live-work environment, but it doesn't necessarily go beyond that in terms of specific operations. And Mr. Yeager, if you'd like to add anything, please do.
Don't feel compelled to, Chris.
I think just specifics, the Mesa West Bluffs urban plan specifically requires a minimum 250 square foot workspace.
Okay. So I do have questions for the applicant about the design and site planning, and so I'll start with the latter, which is simply that it looks like the site plan, and I know this area fairly well. My dog groomer is across the street on Pomona on the east side, and I happen to have been there this morning, so I spent a little extra time wandering around the area. It looks like the site plan really just takes the existing curb cut between the two buildings and uses that to divide the two wings, let's say the northern and the southern, and creates this internal circulation with parking in the rear. I'm wondering, I'm wondering about the northern end wing, the 5 units, why that isn't reoriented towards Pomona.
I think we were looking at the adjacent uses, and we thought that it being mirrored based on that use would be a little bit less conducive to the visibility of the 5 that are facing north. I think that is north.
Right, so the 5 that face north, so I'm looking at this concept perspective, and, you know, I got to be honest, this is a view no one will ever see. I mean, I appreciate that it's an architect's rendering, but I mean, it completely avoids the fact that you've got a public storage building right in front of it. And so those 5 units are just simply going to be looking into the back of public storage, which to my mind sort of detracts from the facade you're trying to develop there. Is there did you look at trying to put more units facing on Pomona?
If you put more units that would face onto Pomona and to utilize trying to develop more available housing for the site, it does reduce the efficiency because of the drive aisle that would have to get in between and or on the side of a larger block.
So it reduces the number of units, not necessarily efficiency. I guess if you're trying to cram as many units as possible, then you'd consider that efficiency. But I'm trying to figure out what's actually driving the development program here. Is it that you need a certain number of units on the site?
Yeah, I don't think it would work for the actual owner if it would be any less than the amount that we're proposing. We thought the north side property line was a little bit cleaner at that location. We've done some live work that were adjacent to cleaner edges and less industrial edges, so it wouldn't be so much of a adjacency issue for the actual residents that would be living on site and the uses that were occurring adjacent. So we thought that was the best location because of the clean edge.
Okay. Did you were describing earlier some of the materials choices and design of the facades. Did you try and take some cues from the other live work developments nearby, or even just on 17th and Pomona? At that corner there, we have another large development that was built a handful of years ago. Is that where you're taking some design inspiration from?
I think the design, we weren't trying to take it from 17 West. We were the architect of record on that project with Intercorp and Meritage. So we know it well, and we were trying not to take that direction. So we wanted to take a fresher look at modern architecture. So we worked playing with the planes, both horizontally and vertically, where 17 West was more of a vertical play, I think, in regards to that architectural direction.
Okay. And then I may come back with other comments, but just at this point, I mean, I recognize that you've got a parking requirement here. I think this urban plan doesn't really reflect what we're trying to do as far as creating more walkable and pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods. I mean, my preference is to try and orient things towards the street. You're a stone's throw from Trader Joe's and other retail nearby. And so, you know, I don't know if there's anything to do at the moment, but, you know, my weighing in on this, I would say our parking requirement seems to be a little too substantial for what we're trying to accomplish in this particular location. All right, I may come back with more, but that's all for now.
Councilmember Harlan, I do have a response for you on your earlier question. As an approximate number, we have just about 45 urban plan projects since 2006, and just about 10 of those were applications submitted since 2016.
Councilmember Reynolds.
There it is. Sorry. Thank you. Ms. Lee, thank you and Mr. Yeager, thank you for the questions you've already answered of mine. I just wanted to understand, I guess picking up right where Councilmember Harlan left off, I had a similar question about the parking because of this lot's proximity to a lot of, you know, amenities that we would normally drive to. I did feel like it might be a little bit overparked and some of the space on this lot could be better used otherwise. Also, the street front that we're looking at here on Pomona Avenue is a largely sort of underutilized sort of public parking area, and I thought that could be sufficient for guest parking. You shared with me that we only allow one deviation, and that deviation sort of taken up with the small lot size. But help me understand that, because we've had a number of projects come before us that have multiple deviations.
So each one of the urban plans has slightly different standards and slightly different allowances for deviations. In this particular urban plan, the Mesa West Bluffs, the idea of limiting the deviation just to the minimum lot size is that if a project were to be able to meet all of the development standards, but could do that on a smaller than 1 acre lot size, then that would be fine. But in this particular case, the lot size is smaller, and so the idea is the project needs to meet the other development standards. So it's just a result of the way this particular urban plan was crafted.
Mm-hmm. But we have, there's no sort of avenue for if council supported it to sort of suggest or recommend or approve an additional deviation?
So there isn't a way under the urban plan, but staff could look into with the city attorney's office, for example, possibly if there's support for a variance, that would be another way to go about it. That would require very specific findings from the council related to sort of physical configuration or physical limitations of the site that essentially make it infeasible or impossible to meet the development standards. So it's a bit of a high bar for a variance.
Got it.
But those would be some of our options. Certainly based on council's feedback this evening, staff will look into any of those options.
Okay, great. And I guess we haven't had one of these in front of us in a while, and maybe it's the language difference, deviation versus variance, on some of my questions. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, is now the time to say things I like and don't like? No, just questions. Okay.
Yeah, questions, and then we'll open up for public comment.
Yeah, that was it for questions. Thank you.
Any other questions before we open up for public comment? Okay, so let's open it up for public comment. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Council. I am pro-housing. I want more of it in Southern California, so I hope, this goes forward. My only kind of comments are echoing some of the comments heard earlier, which 24 parking spots for 8 units seems excessive, which in and of itself I don't think is a bad thing. But if that precludes more potential housing on the lot itself, I think that's a shame, because we are in a housing crisis, and if these parking spots on an underutilized street was to preclude more, I think that would be a shame, especially because it is in proximity to 2 bus stops, Trader Joe's, and it has a wide open street. I have a friend who used to live over there. The other thing I wanted to advocate for is, once again, just following your climate change goal that you as a board set. And I think this is the time to do that. I'm not an expert in this, but advocating for this project to be decarbonized and fully electrified, and to not use any natural gas. The current generation of natural gas heating and electric heating and electric stoves are incredible, and they don't use any carbon-based fuels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody in the chambers who wishes to speak. Anybody on Zoom, Madam Clerk?
If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comment. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to staff, the applicant, and particularly to Councilmember Reynolds and Harlan for your good questions. I think staff was really on that note, but it might be worthwhile bringing back the overlay to actually adapt it to be a more modern version of what it's intended to be. Because I find that most of my comments and concerns were echoed by my council peers, and those are not reflected on the actual, oh, look at that thing. Not reflected on the actual overlay plan since it's so old. I mean, that plan was passed when I was in 5th grade, when I was 10, and I'm now 26. So it might be time for an update on that. So I'll comment on this project regarding the rules at play. First of all, if you know me, you know I love housing, and you know I love housing that's not displacing residents. This is industrial. This is really walkable Trader Joe's. I was there on Sunday. Walkable to a lot of amenities. You know, if we get some like bike trails going, you probably go all the way down to like 17th Street. I think it's a really good place to start building an idea for a better Costa Mesa, more walkable Costa Mesa, etc. I agree as well that in an ideal world, you have more of the homes facing the street. I understand that sometimes there is needs to fit a certain profit margin to build housing. More importantly, at my point in my life, seeing my peers being able to buy houses in Costa Mesa, I want to build as much as I can, wherever I can, because if not, people are going to leave. I don't want brain drain. We're losing our local talent to other cities nearby that are actually building stuff like in Tustin, Irvine, etc. These are my general comments. Honestly, I really have nothing to say on this project other than the fact that no one's being displaced. It's in a good location. Do a lot of other positives. I think if we bring back this overlay and really make it more modern, it'll fix a lot of issues we have with the project right now. I have one thing that keeps in my mind. I can't remember what it is, but if it comes back to me, I'll speak again. But overall, I think it's good for what we're trying to accomplish here. So thank you.
Anybody else wish to speak to this matter? Give some guidance? Oh, okay, he remembers. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this work-live situation because no one actually works downstairs. It's an extra living room. I actually want to see live downstairs restaurant or downstairs bodega or downstairs business because that's how you make things really walkable. If the first ground level is an actual business, people will be walking there. And if people are walking there, they'll probably want to be more inclined to bike, more inclined to not have their cars be parked in the front sidewalk. And that's how you actually create more walkability. So as we bring back the overlay, at your time to readjust it, I actually want us to prioritize businesses on the ground floor and not a workspace on the ground floor. Thank you.
Councilmember Harper?
Yeah, I think, and this is a little bit keying off what Councilmember Chavez just talked about, is from a market standpoint, I'd like to see a presentation that better indicates what the market demand is for this product. And if this product is work and live and there's people that need to come there and park as part of their work and live, then it makes sense. So I think the next time this comes around, if it comes back through here, that's the information I'd like to know is why the design fits that neighborhood, because that's where we're all kind of guessing at. Does it, you know? And it'd be nice to have shops in the bottom, but if there's no market for the shops in the bottom, it doesn't make any sense. That's my only comment.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, so I'll just sort of run down some likes and I don't want to call them dislikes, but ideas or preferences. So things that I really like about this, I do think it's a good location for the mixed use sort of live work concept. I agree with the comments that we've heard hear already that the work part of it, or there's a lot of value in having that ground floor being something that really is active with the sidewalk, and that we'd like to see that interaction, or I'd like to see that interaction between the street and the ground floor. I think there's a lot of different ways they could do it. We don't have enough bodegas in Costa Mesa. I wish we had more, but I've seen this be successful also with artist studios, right? So it's somebody's art workspace, and that could turn into a sort of gallery that's open a day a week. I think things like that could also work. And we do have a few of those in some other live work buildings on the west side. I really like that this project would combine lots and reduce 2 driveways into 1 driveway. I think that benefits walkability for sure. I also mentioned I like and prefer the sort of orientation of that ground floor to the sidewalk area. Although I do think that sort of hallway, I guess, outside hallway on the north side of the lot that Councilmember Harlan mentioned is less desirable, but I've seen it work. There's some other areas. I could see a therapist, for example, who sees patients at the end of one of those hallways. I'm not too opposed to having that orientation. There was a sort of a discrepancy in the visualizations we had in terms of what that sidewalk looks like. One of the visuals just had sort of the sidewalk as is. One had kind of a landscape buffer between the sidewalk and the street with trees in that buffer, and I think that would be a really nice addition. So where I think sort of the exchange for the deviation needs to come with some on and off-site improvements, I think that would be a really nice one, having that landscape buffer with some trees. I like the pictures of the design of the building. Don't claim to be a designer, but I thought it was actually pretty nice. I like the really big windows to bring in some of the daylight. And I think that would fit in just fine there. It's a pretty eclectic area. What I guess I don't like, this is an area where we've had some flooding situations in the past. I know we're doing a study on that, so I appreciate staff sort of calling out that that's an issue that would need to be mitigated. We certainly don't want to contribute to the situation of kind of flooding and water pooling in that area. And then, as we mentioned before, I do think it's, while it meets our current rules, I do feel like it's overparked for that location in particular. And I do think that there's some, existing parking solutions, because it's an area that has a lot of parking space on the street that we could use as needed for guest parking. What I think the lot misses, it is an area that's sort of growing in terms of a residential community, but I think this community as sort of residential lot as designed is missing community space for the people who would be living in those units, and that feels like a deficiency. So I would be open, it sounds like there aren't many pathways to go, but I'd be open to trading some parking space on the lot for more community space and on-site amenities for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds said a number of the things I was going to say. I do appreciate the street-facing view and the engagement with the sidewalk. I guess did we cover, and maybe I missed it, the potential resolutions to the flooding issues? Like, does staff have ideas for what we could or should do there?
So, if I may, staff will be working directly with the applicant. We'll be working with the Public Services Department as well. This may include various mitigations, including doing on-site biofiltration, or even adding a new storm drain. But that's all something that we'd be working in hand with the Public Services Department to determine.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, in exchange for the deviation, I would say that the image that I'm looking at in the presentation right now looks like a perfect bioswale in my mind, sort of Arlington Drive style. And then also the potential for permeable pavement in all of the park surfaces as well, to try to get that water back into the ground before it runs onto 17th Street. So finding ways to add design features that mitigate some of our environmental issues simultaneously is something I would prioritize for any development in this area. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
I don't have much to say on this, other than I think that when we talk about live work spaces, and we go back to 5th grade or 2006 on that, it's a total anachronism, right? Because we're in a new world. I remember when these things were popping up, you know, and we were talking about live workspace being like what we now call just remote living, you know, working, right? Remote working in Mesa Verde or whatever we've all done. So, and I don't think if we define live work as being something like what a bodega, for example, that was mentioned by Councilmember Reynolds, which I wasn't quite sure what a bodega was, but I looked it up. It's a mini mart, and if you're going to have a mini mart, of course, then you're going to any mini mart that's going to be profitable would require more parking. It's more of a commercial use. Now, in that area, now I know in New York City, you have a lot of people, it's all built up, but if you're going to put a mini mart in the ground floor of one of these units, it's probably not going to make a lot of money, you know? So I think we just need to kind of look at, like, in an area like this, what do we want these to be? And I think we're like now more focused on housing than we are, you know, bodegas in this area. So maybe we just, not for this project is following the rules, but maybe we need to look at the rules and say, what are our objectives in 2021 as opposed to 2006? So it's another project to add for the Development Services Department. We'll put that for like 2023. Anyway, so other than that, I think it's fine. It seems to check the boxes, and a lot of good comments have been made by the other council members. So let's do a vote. Does anybody else want to speak on this? Okay, let's get a motion to receive and file.
I'll move to receive and file.
Councilmember Chavez moves to receive and file, and second by Reynolds. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Now we're up to new business item number 2. Madam Clerk, could you please read the title?
Thank you. This is the Home Key Program Grant Funding Opportunities for Motel Conversions to Permanent Supportive Housing for At-Risk and Homeless Populations. Presentation by Ms. Price, Assistant City Manager.
Ms. Price, you have the floor, the virtual floor.
Good evening from the virtual world. Let me take a moment to thank Dane for making this possible and to keep the city moving forward with all opportunities for engagement. We currently have a few of our project applicant proposers here on Zoom as well. So it's great that they get to watch the policy being made in Zoom world. So let me start off with the presentation. I think you have Mr. Alex Gonzalez, who has agreed to be my PowerPoint operator. Miss Brenda Green, do we have the PowerPoint? There we go.
We have the PowerPoint. We're on background.
Got it. Okay, so starting off, the Home Key program is a state grant-funded program administered by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. This is round 2 of the Home Key program, and we anticipate there will be a third one. But right now we are addressing a $1.45 billion grant funding available from the state that came out in September. Next slide, please. So the way the state is allocating these funds is regionally by sub-region. And so for the sub-region of Southern California, it's about $122 million that is available for the acquisition, conversion, and rehab of motels to permanent supportive housing. The sub-region in our area includes Orange County, Ventura County, Imperial, Riverside, and San Bernardino. The County of Orange is acting as the lead agency for this grant, working with experienced developers in our area to identify potential sites in the county that have been identified for home key developments, including 2 locations within the city of Costa Mesa. Next slide. So there are 2 locations. The first proposal is the Mesa Motel. It says Mesa Inn there, but that is the Mesa Motel at 2205 Harbor Boulevard. And this is proposed by Illumination Foundation and Homemade Orange County with CW Driver as the developer. This is a 46-unit motel, and they propose to have a subset of the units, all of the units, to be used for eligible at-risk and homeless populations. They are currently requesting up to 1.5 million in capital match from the city. There was a typo in the staff report that said 43 units, and I just want to call your attention. It is a 46-unit motel. The next proposal location is the Motel 6 at 2274 Newport Boulevard. And this is proposed by the Community Development Partners, with Mercy House being the operator. This is a 94-unit motel to create 40 units for at-risk or homeless populations and 54 units for low-income seniors, age 62 and over. They are requesting up to $2 million in capital match from the city. And as you can tell, between both projects combined, there are a total of 140 units of low-income housing for special needs populations. So let's talk a little bit about the components of Home Key. Next slide, please. So in the state NOFA that came out in September, they talked about the urgency of the housing crisis. We've heard a bit about that earlier tonight as well. We're all well aware of it and recently completing our housing element. Projects eligible under Home Key are deemed allowable by right as a means to expedite motel conversions that generate the needed housing for special needs populations. Home Key projects will be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, as per enacted legislation AB 140. The way that the county as the lead agency did this in round 1, and they intend to do the same thing in round 2, is to acquire the building and execute a ground lease with the developer. Also required in the Home Key proposal, or the NOFA, is a deed restricted covenant for 55-year affordability and a regulatory agreement that would be likely could be either with the city and the county or individually with the city and with the county. And typically we would do that together. I want to make a couple of comments just in the broader scope and landscape of what we've been doing in Costa Mesa over the last year. With the Neighborhood Improvement Task Force, we've been taking a look at the public safety calls for service with regard to our motels citywide. And what we are really tracking on is there are 29 motels or inns within the city of Costa Mesa. And, many of them over the course of the last year and a half have had a relatively low occupancy due to COVID, due to, travel restrictions, et cetera. Not a lot of people in these motels. However, the calls for service appear to be going up. And so between 2019 and 2021, our calls for service for police and fire response to motel locations in our city has gone up 70%. And I'll add to that not just the calls themselves, because the police and the fire are responding to, the calls, but to filing a report because of an incident or something that occurred at that location. those files of reports is up 91% between 2019 and 2021, according to the Costa Mesa Police Department. And just for anyone who's not aware, the Neighborhood Improvement Task Force meets monthly. It is the police department, fire inspector, code enforcement, street outreach teams, and then we work with the county environmental health, as well as probation, sheriff, and anyone else that really needs to participate in our collaboration to assist the motels in being proactive in addressing some of the elements that they have been having over the course of the last couple of years. We've received a lot of calls from constituents and motel owners alike concerned about things happening in the motels. They see a lot of foot traffic. They report evidence of narcotics and other nuisance activities that our police and fire are out there being vigilant day in and day out. The interdepartmental coordinated response, while it's effective on the short term, will not yield sustainable results. And so wanting to be very proactive with locations in our city that, you know, have had issues. We've had some really strong success over the course of the last year with some of the ones that have had the higher calls for service. And that is not, and I will repeat, not related to the two sites that we're talking about today. Because the two sites that we're talking about today are on the lower scale of nuisance calls. We don't receive a lot of calls from these two locations particularly. But I will say that there are locations that were driven by developers working with motel owners that were willing and interested to take a look at the Home Key program as an opportunity to contribute to permanent supportive housing. So on to the benefits to the city. Motel conversions permanent supportive housing has been identified by our city council at the September 2021 goal setting leadership retreat. These two sites, as I mentioned earlier, would give us a combined 140 deed restricted affordable units towards the city's regional housing needs assessment goal, which is huge because it is difficult to reach that 11,000 number. And this is one step in the right direction to achieving that objective. The city can use American Rescue Plan funds to satisfy the required local match for these projects. Next slide, please. Both projects will require match from the county as well. And let me not forget to mention that we have a 70-bed shelter in our city. Right now, its occupancy is at 48. We're moving on up. We are free from COVID and able to do intakes, so we're doing really well on that. I just want to take a moment to say that the 2019 homeless count in Costa Mesa had unsheltered 187, and the sheltered was 6. So flashing forward to right now in 2021, we've got a 70-bed shelter that's operating right now at about 50 and going on the upward trajectory. And on our streets at any given time, our code enforcement officer, Mike Brumbaugh, has reported anywhere between 60 and 70 folks that he is continuously interacting with and trying to get them into assistance that they need. And so, you know, I think our teams have been super diligent and earned the trust of folks to get them off the streets and into housing. And our next homeless count will be January 2022. So on to the recommendations. The recommendations obviously is to basically continue this collaboration with the county to submit the application for Home Key grant funding for the acquisition, rehab, and conversion of one or both motel locations for permanent housing. Both of these projects have been vetted by the county, and their consultant, LaSar, has looked at both of them for their competitive nature in competing when submitted to the state. And they are pretty close to landing the details of their project capital stack for funding, waiting on the county to confirm their match. So the second thing is find the home key project locations exempt from CEQA per section 50675.1.3 and section 50675.1.4 of the Health and Safety Code and direct staff to file a notice of exemption. Finally, last two, approve a funding commitment of up to $3.5 million as local match for one or two home key projects. As I mentioned before, the Motel 6 is requesting $2 million and the Mesa Motel is requesting 1.5. So one or both projects contingent on the home key award. And then the last thing is authorize the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to secure home key program grant funds for city council approved project locations, including but not limited to executing local match funding commitment letters that may be required for the application and funding agreements. Yes, so lastly, I'll just say we are waiting on the county match commitments. They'll be known in December. And then from there, we'll likely be coming back to the council when awards for home key are announced by the state. And with that, I will stop talking and be available for any questions you may have. We have Jennifer Lee and Kim Barlow. Obviously, between the three of us, we'll be able to answer any questions you may have.
Council, before we open it up to public comment, before we do that, the applicants are on the line. Do you want to say anything to council before or do you want to just field questions?
I feel like they were here for public comment. Looks like they got joined to the screen, but if there's anything that comes up.
I understand what you're saying. So they're not really applicants per se, but anyway, that's fine. If they can cover it in their 3 minutes, that's cool. Does anybody have any questions before we open it up to public comment? I don't see anybody coming up on the queue. Oh, we got Councilmember Harper.
Are there any ongoing operating costs after the initial capital expenditure?
Yes, all of the providers have to propose up to 5 years of operational cost coverage. And so with regards to the match that is being requested from the county, you look at VASH vouchers, which are Section 8 vouchers for veterans. There's a service component that's offered by the VA for those residents. And so, when that gets kind of rolled into the operational model that gets developed in the units as they're awarded home key. So depending on which project, I think it was Motel 6 was requesting 30 VASH vouchers, for instance. Also requesting a small amount of Mental Health Services Act dollars. That also is can be used for capital and can be used for operations and provides a supportive service component to the residents living in those units. On the Mesa Inn project, they are requesting a couple of other funding sources. They've got three. One is the Mental Health Services Act for a small number of units. Then they've got Cal Optima because Illumination Foundation operates kind of a nursing model, a medical model of home key. So their permanent supportive housing has kind of a medical component for a disabled population that qualifies for Medi-Cal, for example. So they would use Cal Optima funding. And then they also have operational funding in a grant with the Continuum of Care for service dollars for the foreseeable future. And that is a grant that is currently in play with the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. So those are the service dollars that are in play right now.
So did those funds go to I'll use the word developer or the operator? Because I'm assuming the county and the city effectively purchase the land, lease it to the developer, builds the project. Does he turn it over to another operating entity and then how does that work?
So in the Mesa Motel, that is Illumination Foundation would be the provider. and the developer is CW Driver with Homemade, which is kind of a collective of developers, but CW Driver is the actual developer for that. And so on the other side, on the Motel 6, you've got Community Development Partners, CDP is the developer, and their operator for the social services and, you know, kind of the management of the site would be Mercy House, which is the same operator that operates our shelter.
Okay, so the developer, I'm assuming they use their dollars to invest to renovate and redo these projects, and then they're going to get their money from the operator, and the operator's going to get their money from all those programs you described.
Correct. You know, there's money in the Home Key program and also the match that we would be providing that would be used for the renovation. There's, you know, acquisition and rehab and then operations.
How much is the city, do you know how much it costs the city of Costa Mesa every year on an ongoing basis?
Annually, this is a one-time match expense, not an annual cost.
Okay, so that was my initial question, was there's no ongoing city cost. It's just invest the, I forget what it's called, the CARES Act money or the American Rescue Plan money, and then we're done as far as our cost is concerned. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's a local match requirement for Home Key. So yes, that is a one-time expense.
And did you say these dwellings count towards the RENA numbers?
Yes.
Is there any issue with our Measure Y in this instance, or since this isn't a new development, I'm just curious about that, if it's a decent question or not.
I can respond to that, Mr. Mayor. These projects are as of right. There will be no zone change or general plan amendment, no specific plan amendment, and therefore no Measure Y action.
Okay, not a difference between a hotel room and a dwelling then, I guess. Okay. That was my question. And then who administrates that they stay within the requirements of providing the housing for the types of residents it's deeded towards?
That's a great question. And, you know, the answer to that, and, you know, while we talk about it being by right, there are a number of other mechanisms that'll be implemented by the county related to, you know, the ground lease, as well as the deed restricted affordability. You know, the main importance here and why they do that in the first place is just to maintain these in perpetuity as Home Key properties. The regulatory agreement can also describe, you know, the eligible population to be served is very much dictated by Home Key, which is at risk or homeless, which is a very broad description. There's a lot of faces of homelessness in any community, whether they're seniors, veterans, women, couples, you know, the full gamut. And so, you know, the match source, as I described earlier, would also dictate some of the subpopulations. Like if it were Cal Optima, the Medi-Cal eligible population would be applied on top of the Home Key criteria.
So we're gonna effectively support other cities and other communities for their housing needs as well. That seems obvious to me. Is that a fair statement?
Well, you know, let me describe, and you know, I won't try not to go into too much detail unless you want me to, but the coordinated entry system and homeless management information system are required to be used for Home Key projects. The coordinated entry system is a regional system of housing prioritization, and it's operated by the county. The continuum of care, which is where we got that $2.5 million to build out the kitchen at Airway. You know, we are a partner in that continuum of care. And so the CES policy currently is people that are originate from the host city, which in this case is Costa Mesa, would receive first priority. Second priority, if we didn't have anybody to refer to that vacancy, would be the Central Service Planning Area, which contains 9 cities. And then after that, it would go countywide. In my experience, the host city can gobble up most of them. And in our case, I know we can because we have a very strong team. We also are in partnership with the city of Newport Beach. But also to that, when you say about regional, Costa Mesa has done an excellent job in housing our clients and exits from our shelters successfully into housing units throughout the central service planning area, not just in Costa Mesa. So it's a two-way street for sure, but we do get priority through the coordinated entry system.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's all.
All right, I don't see any more questions in the queue. Let's open it up for public comment. I don't see anybody here in the chambers who wishes to speak. If you are on Zoom, raise your hand or press *9 if you wish to speak to the item.
Paul Cho, you may speak.
Paul Cho, you have the floor.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to the council. My name is Paul Cho. I'm the housing strategist for Illumination Foundation. I'm also one of the original co-founders of this nonprofit. We actually got started with our nonprofit about 14 years ago. Actually, it was in the city of Costa Mesa. We were just up the street from Mesa Motel at Costa Mesa Motor Inn, where we started working with the homeless families with children, particularly when we had the Great Recession. That was the start of the Great Recession, and we started seeing a lot of homeless families becoming really ending up on the streets for the first time in their lives. But throughout the 14 years of running this nonprofit targeting the homeless, we really realized that you really cannot make a dent in the issue of homelessness without permanent housing. So it really is a great honor to be able to work with Homemade and CW Driver to be able to move forward with the application together with the county and the city of Costa Mesa to be able to apply for this home key funding. We believe that it will be a great location to be able to convert the motel into permanent supportive housing that will be available really to serve this population, as Susan mentioned, on a permanent basis. So we again thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for those comments. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else on Zoom who wishes to speak?
Kyle Payne, please.
Kyle Payne from Chios and Balearic, you can speak.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, this is Kyle Payne. I'm president of Community Development Partners, and I'm also a resident in Mesa Verde, Costa Mesa resident for the last 9 years. And we have a current home key site that we've acquired from the first round of home keys, so very familiar with the program, and it's a great program and a great way to access the state resources to solve a local problem. So I just want to thank city staff and city council and Mayor Stevens for your leadership and innovation and finding solution-based approaches to solving homelessness in the city, including the current bridge shelter that you've opened. And now, of course, this consideration, as Paul Cho mentioned, of the ultimate solution of providing permanent housing for those who are homeless, which is really the end-all be-all solution. And so really taking action now on this to leverage this finite resource from the state, which is a relatively new resource, and is one that I think is really helpful, and especially in accessing the city's existing resources like existing motels. I just applaud you all for taking this approach and considering this. And we are excited to hopefully work on a project here in Costa Mesa where I live and where we wanted to help the city in solving homelessness. And so, thank you for considering this tonight and letting us hopefully be a part of this and solving the problem. And I would say that, the sites we're proposing and the approach we're taking, I think is a great way to really take the city's resources, the state's resources, and accessing additional resources and services dollars and using a service provider like Mercy House to provide the wraparound services needed to make sure that the residents that we end up serving get off the streets and stay off the streets long term. So I'm really proud to be a hopeful partner here, and obviously proud to be a resident here in Costa Mesa. So thank you all for all you do, and yeah, look forward to hopefully moving these projects forward.
If anybody else would like to speak, would you please raise your hand? We have nobody else, Mayor.
Okay, good. Then let's close public comment. I've got some stuff on the board here. Did you all jump the gun and you want to make a motion, or is that from the last one?
Nope. Let's go.
Do you not want to make a motion, or you do?
I'd like to make a motion.
You'd like to make a motion. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you can make a motion.
Okay, thank you. I would like to approve the staff recommendation.
Okay, now
I can talk.
That's good. And then we've got two council members who are fighting over the second. We've got Chavez and Harlan. So Chavez, you want to second it?
Yes.
Okay, Harlan, you want to third it or something like that? No? Okay. Okay, we got second by Chavez, third by Harlan. Okay, it's your motion, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, so you may speak on your motion if you wish.
Thank you. I had something sort of prepared, but bear with me because it's an hour past my bedtime, so I'm going to be tongue-tied.
Take your time.
So my friend Kelsey Brewer, who works for Jamboree, often talks about housing being the solution to so many problems in our society, right? If you want to talk about, social inequity, provide more housing. If you want to talk about racial injustice, provide more housing. If you want to talk about, lifting people out of poverty, provide more housing. If we want to talk about solving homelessness, we need to provide more housing. So thank you to Ms. Price, who I know has been working tirelessly on this for months. I don't know, probably years at this point, Susan, but thank you. I'm so excited that we're here. I'm so excited to do everything we can. I love the way that the staff report is worded. Authorize the city manager to take any and all actions necessary, including but not limited to, right? Like, if I could have enthusiastically supported the staff recommendation in my motion, I would have, because I think at this point we're like, yes, make it happen. Do what you need to do. We want this to move forward. We are enthusiastically supportive. We think that, I'm speaking for all of council right now, but this is so necessary. We can build all the homeless shelters we want, but unless we have an avenue to provide housing after somebody is able to at least have a roof over their head and is stabilized, then we're not solving the problem. And so this actually solves the problem. So thank you again.
Okay, Councilmember Chavez, you have the honors.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, for the great segue for my comments. I had the pleasure of working for the County of Orange under Supervisor Foley, and I'm a field rep and a policy analyst, and I luckily cover Stanton, which, as you may know if you're following Orange County news, now has 2 brand new home key projects in their city. So having been able to tour those projects and really learn more of the program, this is the missing piece we have to our homelessness and housing crisis. We were really bold 2 years ago in creating a homeless shelter. I think it was my 3rd meeting on council at the when we voted on a homeless shelter. And what we're finding now is the next step is we have folks in the shelter who are ready to move on but don't have a place to go. That's what Home Key is. We are finding properties that may be underutilized as motels, that may be causing problems in the community, and we're converting them into a safe, affordable housing with people administering that location. We're creating a pathway out of homelessness. We're creating opportunities for people to have more homes to stay in, more affordable homes to stay in, and I, quite frankly, am really honored and proud that one of the 2 projects is in my district at Mesa Motel, because this would be a great benefit to Costa Mesa. I think it would be a great partnership with the County of Orange, and I think it's a right step in the right direction to being creative about housing and seeing where we can find opportunities to make housing so that everyone has a place on the table, not just those that can afford to buy brand new homes that are being developed as we see in Costa Mesa. So great motion, great idea, and it's gonna be great. Thanks so much.
The third, Jeff Harlan, Councilmember Harlan the third.
Well, truth be told, I tried to make the motion, but I guess I'm not as Mayor Pro Tem Mar.
So did I.
Well, but you know, in all fairness, I think that should indicate how important this issue is for all of us. I mean, if we are reaching to say yes, I hope all of us can reach to say yes, especially this late in the evening. You know, the only thing I want to add to, and I agree with everything that Mayor Pro Tem Mar and Councilmember Chavez have eloquently articulated. The only thing I want to add is that I find it incredibly heartening to have local partners participating, and that we are going to be building capacity for this kind of work. I mean, I'm very hopeful that we can secure this grant, for at least for one, if not both projects, and move on our way towards permanent supportive housing and other housing opportunities, but also that this is the beginning. And we have a long road to go in housing, but this, I think, is an important vote for us, and I resoundingly support the motion.
Yeah. Okay, so there's not a whole lot to say. I was going to say the thing about the local partners. So Kyle Payne and Larry Haynes, who are involved here, they're literally my neighbors. I mean, they're both, I mean, I could hit a 9-iron to their house, maybe 7-iron to each of their house. I mean, they're really close. And it's great to have Costa Mesa residents who are going to be so involved in this. And the Illumination Foundation as well. I've been talking to the folks there for years. Back when I was on the, I was the chairman in 2018 of the ACCOC Homelessness Task Force. And we, through that, through the ACCOC and Kelsey Brewer, decided we wanted to, I think it was, oh God, how many was it? 7,000 permanent supportive housing units that we wanted to have.
2,700.
What is it? 2,700?
It was 2,700.
2,700. Yeah. That sounds more like it. 2,700 units that we settled on, and now we're starting to make progress on this. The other thing is, I had breakfast the other day with Ian Stevenson, and he was part of the 2011 Homelessness Task Force in the city of Costa Mesa when we really started to focus on this, obviously 10 years ago. And he says, if you look at those recommendations, for the most part, over the last 10 years, particularly in the last 2 years, we've hit almost every one of those points except for permanent supportive housing. And so now we're moving forward with that. So we're moving forward with it with local partners, of course, including Supervisor Foley at the county, who brought Councilmember Harlan and I in and taught us all about this with the people at the county. This is a truly collective effort. Don't forget Newport Beach, they're helping us and partnering with us at the bridge shelter. It's a regional effort, it's a local effort, and I'm really proud to be part of this council that's really doing something about this issue that has been very difficult and has plagued a lot of cities, and we're doing something about it. So I support the motion. God bless the city of Costa Mesa and this council. Councilmember Harper.
Yeah, I want to, I'll compliment the other council members here for having way more knowledge about this subject than I do and spending more time. And I would love to abstain because I just don't know enough about but I can't abstain. I'm going to vote no. Not because I disagree with you. I think you're probably right, but I just don't know. And I always vote my heart. I always vote what I think my voters want me to vote. And so I don't know the long-term effects of these kinds of developments. They may be very positive, they may be negative. I don't know, but I do respect everybody here that spoke and says this is why we're supporting it. And I would support it for the same reason. So I'm going to effectively abstain tonight, but that's not to say the rest of the council's wrong here. So I mean that respectfully. Thank you.
So there's one other thing I forgot to say. The other aspect of this is not just creating a permanent supportive housing, but also even though these particular locations have not been major nuisance motels, they're there's a lot of calls to service for motels, and we didn't get the statistics tonight, but I know that that we're going to eliminate whatever contribution to nuisance or calls for services that we have at these motels. We're going to eliminate those. So that's the last thing I have to say. Call for the question.
Motion carries 6-1 with Councilmember Harper voting no.
All right. So the last item we have is new business item number 3. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is adopt a resolution opposing any redistricting plan proposed by the County of Orange that divides Costa Mesa into 2 supervisory districts. Ms. Kimberly Hall Barlow, City Attorney, please.
Ms.
Mr.
Barlow,
Mayor.
you have the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This has been a fast-moving subject for the county. There was a very, very lengthy meeting and hearing on this item today. You received a supplemental report about the maps that were previously released after the agenda report was completed on this item. At this moment, it seems as though the board is not considering any maps which split Costa Mesa, with the exception of the original, well, it's not an original, the modified 4C1 map that has, I think, 7 Costa Mesa residents in one district and the rest in another. I believe that based upon the board's direction today, that will be changed. They have narrowed their focus to revised maps 5B1 and 4C1 with some direction for their demographer to make some revisions and changes to those that they will be considering. I guess the new maps will be posted Friday, and they will have a board meeting Monday at 1, at which they will narrow the maps to 1, which will then be posted for 7 days before they adopt. So rather than go through my original agenda report, let me just say I did speak at the board meeting today based upon the correspondence that the mayor and other members of the council had sent to the county, and based upon my conversations with the city clerk and the city manager, and a request that our position be stated to the board. So specifically, I addressed the issue of splitting Costa Mesa, which apparently they're not going to do anymore. The second issue also addressed in the mayor's letter, and I believe the others, which is separating Costa Mesa from Huntington Beach and Newport Beach, with whom we share many regional similarities and partnerships and borders. And my concern also about the fact that they aren't supposed to select a map until all of the maps that they are choosing from have been publicly available for 7 days. I made a point about that. It seems as though they're going to go ahead and pick one before that happens in any event. And then finally, I pointed out to them that Costa Mesa is in the central spa area, and a number of the maps that they were looking at, including most of the ones that are still under consideration, puts Costa Mesa with the South County cities in large part. So just quickly, I'm going to tell you a couple of items about the maps that are still under consideration. Proposal 5B1 does keep us in the same district with Newport Beach, but it moves us into District 5 and Newport Beach, with mostly then the South Orange County cities. Huntington Beach will be moved into District 1 under that map, to be in the same district with most of Garden Grove, Fountain Valley, Westminster, Los Alamitos, etc. Let's see, and then for C1 would move Costa Mesa into District 1, which, if they honor that numbering and go with the current ordinance, would change the election cycle for Costa Mesa. We are currently scheduled to vote in 2022 for District 2 supervisor. District 1 will not be voting for supervisor until 2020. So if they honor that proposed numbering without some other change, it'll change all Costa Mesa residents' election cycle. In the same district with Costa Mesa in map 4C1 is a part of Huntington Beach, I'd say about a third of it. Very, very tiny bit of Newport Beach, like 400, I think, is in that neighborhood. So those are the present proposals with proposed changes coming forward. They have eliminated map 2A1, which was the map which most closely aligned with the concerns and goals that the city council members had expressed. If you would want to adopt the resolution, you may want to amend it to object primarily to the fact that they have either proposed to separate us from Huntington Beach and or Newport Beach, or parts of both, or that they are moving us into a differently configured district, which will change our election cycle. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Does anybody have any questions of the city attorney? I don't see any on the, I had one thing I wanted to ask you, but I got to pull something up. Give me a sec. Does anybody else want to ask any questions? So we want 5A1. Okay, so 5A1 is the only one, as I understand it, that A keeps Costa Mesa together and B keeps us in District 2, correct?
That was, I'm sorry, it was map 2A1.
It says 5A1. 5A1? That's off the table. So the best thing that keeps us together, so we don't have anything on the table that'll keep us in District 2?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, okay. All right, well, Councilmember Mar, Mayor Pro Tem Mar, you've got questions?
Just so at this point, we're prepared to modify the resolution that you prepared to reflect a specific map?
I beg your pardon?
Could we modify the resolution you've already prepared to support a specific map?
As between the ones that are still under consideration?
Yeah, for 5, whatever, A1, C, A.
I don't believe 5A is still under consideration, but I wasn't, as I understand it, the only maps still under consideration are 5B1 and 4C1 with potential changes that will be carried out by the demographer on Friday.
I think 5A1 is still under consideration, is my readout from the board meeting.
Okay. If that's the case, if that's the map that you prefer, we can certainly revise the resolution to reflect that.
Okay.
Council, I'm sorry, are you finished? Okay, Councilmember Chavez?
Pro Tem Mar asked my question for me.
What was that? I answered his question. Oh, okay, so my question is this. So the way this reads is, opposes adoption of any redistricting plan for the County of Orange, which splits Costa Mesa into more than one district and separates it from its closest geographically and demographically similar neighbors. Okay, So I think that is, can't we make it a little bit more direct? City attorney, can't we say, because I think this is the sentiment, that splits Costa Mesa and separates it from Huntington Beach and Newport Beach and removes it from District 2. Now, I'm well aware that, as you said, those are so-called no longer on the table, right? But I also, it's my understanding that part of the reason at this point we're doing a resolution is to have it in the record in case there's some type of litigation challenge to whatever is on the table. So I'd like to have our sentiment crystal clear in terms of our preference. Is there any reason we cannot or should not do that?
No, there's no reason we cannot do that. What I can say is if you could say in the resolution that the version 2A1, which was on the table as of this morning and was the best combination of the things that you had previously expressed, that is keeping those three cities together, keeping Costa Mesa together, that was on the table as of this morning. So if you want to revise the resolution, I would specifically identify that one as having been your preferred map. But based on what's left on the table, if it's 5A1, and I don't know if we have, I was trying to get the demographic information from that one. Brenda, do you have that?
For 5A1?
For 5A1.
Anyway, it's okay. You've answered my question.
Okay.
You've answered my question.
Thank you.
So you don't need to look at anything else. Let's, if none of the other council members has any comments, let's open it up to public comment. I don't see anybody in the chambers. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak to this item?
If you're on Zoom and would like to speak, please raise your hand. No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, let's close public comment and, can I make a motion?
I'll second you.
You guys. Okay, I'm going to make this motion, all right? And you could second it, okay?
Yes.
Motion by me, John Stevens, the mayor. A second by Chavez, if he likes the motion. I really think that, and I'm going to say what the motion is, and then I'm going to support it if you still second it. I really think that the language should be: we oppose the adoption of any redistricting map for the County of Orange which splits Costa Mesa into more than one district and separates it from Newport Beach and or Huntington Beach and removes Costa Mesa from District 2. Okay, that's my motion.
Second for discussion, and let me, if you're...
Well, no, because I haven't spoken to my own motion. So you're seconding for discussion, that's fine, and if you have a friendly amendment, I'll listen to it for sure. But I don't think we should necessarily go down the rabbit hole of 2AC or 5A2 or whatever, because that's just all kind of stuff that was moving and grooving today. I really think that our resolution should stick with the principles of the interest of our city and not tie it to any map, because the reason for that is this resolution is, I can assure you, is not going to move the dial at all with any of the supervisors. But the reason for the resolution at this point, based on the timing, is someday a judge may read it, and a judge will understand these principles that we've set forth of why we want the city to be together, why we want the city to be together with our neighboring cities that we have partnerships with, including the school district, including a helicopter that we share, including borders with, where our fire department is rescuing people from on the Santa Ana River, we need to be with this group. I mean, look at the oil spill, for example. We're close to the oil spill folks, they come here to OCC as the command center for Newport Beach and Huntington Beach. So I really think it's important that we're with those cities. Anyway, that's my motion. That's the reason for it. Do you still second it, or do you?
Yes, I was going to narrow the scope to just be Newport Beach, but after hearing your comments of the cultural similarities, it might be best to say Huntington Beach and Newport Beach. So our intent is not to move the needle. Our intent is to prepare for anything upcoming that may. Basically, our job here is to make sure we're advocating for Costa Mesa to be tied with cities that we're most aligned with. I do admit as well, this has been a very evolving situation. It's been very hard to follow, I think, for many of us, I will admit. But I think our job here today really is simple. It's making sure we're doing our best as a council to guarantee the best opportunity that we stick with cities that we're aligned to. I think Mitchell hit it very eloquently. We work in Newport Beach very closely on school board issues. We share a school district. We share homeless services with a shelter and other wraparound services. We have names for each other that are derogatory from our long history, Goat Hill, etc. I think this has given us the best opportunity to say, hey, we've always been in Newport Beach. We've always been in Huntington Beach. This is becoming a bit of a political game, but overall, this is a great motion, so I'll support it.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for clarification?
Yes.
So by keeping us in District 2, do you think it's not necessary to address the fact that some of the other proposals would change Costa Mesa voters' election cycle? Or do you want to add that?
No, that's a good idea. But I mean, keeping us in District 2 keeps our same election cycle, but I don't think we need to add all the reasons for this.
No, I just wondered if you wanted me to specifically call out objecting to changing Costa Mesa's election cycle.
Yes, that's good. That's a good point too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's another good rationale. Okay. So we're good. Anybody else want to comment? I don't see anybody. Call for the question.
Mayor Pro Tem, yeah, there we go. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, excellent. We don't have anything. Does anybody have anything further that they want to say by way of a comment, council comment or anything? Okay, but luckily we don't have anybody we're adjourning the meeting for. That's good. And so let's just adjourn the meeting. Great meeting, everybody. Thanks for all your great work.